proceeding.
Good morning. Yes, Mr. Castleton.
No, please, Your Honour.
Morning.
Mr. Bloom, can I just confirm with you that you have no notes before you this morning?
No.
No notes before you this morning? And again, can you try as much as you can to keep your voice up?
Okay, thank you.
So that we can all hear your answers. Yesterday afternoon, before the court adjourned, I was asking you some questions about your time and your family's time in the United Kingdom in the 1980s. You recall those?
Yes.
You mentioned that you resided at Burwash.
That's right.
And when you and your family were living in Burwash, did you take the time to explore the countryside nearby?
Not really.
No? Did you go to Tunbridge Wells in that period of time?
No.
You did not go to Tunbridge Wells?
Tunbridge Wells, yes, my daughter went to hospital there.
Right. You were familiar with that area around Tunbridge Wells?
No, just driving in and out because I went probably 3 times to the hospital once my daughter was there.
And you mentioned yesterday that Rudyard Kipling had a factory nearby.
It's called a mill.
A mill?
Yeah.
And did you have an interest at that time in English literature?
I wrote a couple of his books, but early in my life, not at that time.
And did you visit the mill?
No, I didn't.
Have you ever been to Jane Austen's house?
No.
When you were living in Burmarsh, did you or your wife have a bank account?
No, I think yes, I had a bank account, yes. Yes, that's right.
Did your wife have one or not, or was it a joint account?
A joint account, it would be, yeah.
And when you left the United Kingdom and returned to Australia in about 1986, what became of that bank account?
I probably closed it, I'm not 100% sure.
Do you have a recollection of ever withdrawing or depositing money in that account after 1986?
No.
You mentioned yesterday that whilst you lived in Luxembourg, you used the family business banking account for personal use?
Yes.
When you ceased to live in Luxembourg in the 1980s, what became of that business account, to your knowledge?
I closed it.
Closed it? Yeah. You did not maintain an account in Luxembourg after 1986? Mr. Bloom, prior to the year 2000, are you able to say on how many occasions, leaving aside that period of time in the 1980s that you lived in the United Kingdom, how often you would have frequented the United Kingdom?
From 2000.
Between 1986 to 2000?
No, when I left it, that was it. I only probably got through Heathrow to catch a continuous flight to, but I never went to the UK. I just transited in Heathrow when I went to Europe, that's all.
Just so I'm clear, in that 14-year period between 1986 and the year 2000, other than perhaps transiting through Heathrow International Airport,
that's right.
You don't recall today travelling through the United Kingdom? No. What about in 1999 with Janet Oldenburg?
Yes, yes, I agree. Yeah.
And you did not transit through Heathrow on that occasion, did you?
No, I think we went to Amsterdam.
And after Amsterdam, where did you go?
We went to England, yes.
You took the ferry, did you not, from Amsterdam to England?
I took the ferry from Amsterdam hasn't got any ferry.
Horwich or Horwich?
Hoek from Holland.
From Holland.
Yeah, Hoek from Holland.
And in that 14-year period, again between 1986 and the year 2000, did you ever attend any coin fairs or coin auctions in the United Kingdom?
No.
Quite sure of that?
I'm pretty sure of that.
Have you, in that period, in the 1980s, been to Hastings in the United Kingdom?
Yeah, I went there with when my in-laws visited us. We went to Hastings a couple of times, maybe. I can't remember.
In the 1980s, did you, whilst living in the United Kingdom, go to Brighton?
Brighton. Probably did go once, yeah.
Tonbridge?
No.
Tonbridge Wells, I think you mentioned on perhaps
Tunbridge Wells.
Perhaps 3 occasions?
Yes. That's because my daughter was in hospital there. She had surgery, yeah.
Do you have any recollection when you lived in the United Kingdom in the 1980s visiting the cathedral at Winchester?
No.
Do you recall going to Winchester at any time?
No.
Alfriston? Do you recall going to Alfriston in the 1980s when you lived in the United Kingdom?
I don't ever know where it is, no, Alfred.
What about Strand Gate? Recall that as a place you may have travelled to in the 1980s? Winchelsea?
Winchelsea, no.
And Rye? Have you ever been to Rye?
Rye, I've been there once with my in-laws, yeah.
And that was during the 1980s, after you'd left Luxembourg and were residing in Burwash.
That's right, yes.
And your wife's parents came to visit, did they?
That's right.
Have you been to Alton or Alton?
Sorry, where?
Alton, A-L-T-O-N. Now, yesterday, I withdraw that, Your Honour. When you returned to Australia in 1986, did you, in 1987, buy some land at Woodinbong?
I bought land in Woodinbong in 76.
In 76?
No, not in Woodinbong, sorry. But mixed up. 86.
87?
87, yeah, we bought a house there, yeah.
And was that the first piece of land that you yourself or jointly owned in Australia?
No, I bought land in 76 in Tambourine.
In Tambourine in Queensland?
Yes, that's right.
And when did you sell the property in Tambourine?
It was on 2 titles, so I sold one and then the other. Just because we sold it because the council was charging too much for keeping the weeds, the noxious weed. They had to spray all the time. It was charging too much that I could afford, so we sold it.
And when? What year did you sell that property in Tambourine?
I can't recall. I sold it in two different occasions. It was on 2 deeds, but...
And what name did you buy that land in Tambourine
that land we bought it on, I think on my wife's name and on my name.
Which name?
Which was the Hedavari, I think.
And
yes.
Did you come to sell the land in Woodinbong?
We sold the house in Woodinbong, yes.
And did you purchase any other land after the property at Woodinbong was sold?
We built in we built in Gunilaba, and that was from the money from the left by my mother-in-law when she died.
And do you remember in whose name that property at Gunilaba was in? Was it jointly held?
Jointly held, I think.
With your wife?
Yes.
And what name did you purchase it in?
De Hedevari.
In De Hedevari. And did you come to sell that land in Gunilaba?
We sold it, and yes, we did. We sold it, and then we went to Tasmania, I think, yeah.
And did you purchase any land in Tasmania?
Yeah, we bought a property in
and where was that?
In Snelly Airport in
Midway Point?
Midway Point. Yes.
And was that in your name or your wife's name or both?
Both, I think.
And what name were you using at that?
De Hedevari.
De Hedevari. And did you come to sell that property?
We did, yeah.
And after you sold that property, do you remember what year it was?
I think it was... We come back to... I think it was 86, I think.
Just pausing there, you've accepted that you bought the property in Wollongong in 1987.
Sorry.
Does 1992 ring any bells? If you don't remember, Mr. Bloom, please say so.
Yeah, I don't remember.
And after you sold Midway Point in Tasmania, did you move back to Ballina?
Ballina, yes.
And did you commence to live at a property at 16 Howard Crescent?
That's right.
In Ballina?
Yeah.
And was that a rental property?
Rental, yes.
Was the last piece of land that either you or your wife owned jointly the land in Tasmania?
Yes.
You've not owned any land since that time?
No.
And you will recall yesterday you acknowledged that you may have had in the order of 13 different names over a period of time.
Yes.
Have you ever held any bank accounts in any of those names?
No, I only had my bank account in the name of the Hedevari, and I can't recall. Always had only the one account with the Commonwealth Bank, all right through for the last 40 or 50 years. So.
And is that an account in your name only?
It was a joint account, and I probably, as I was changing my name officially, I probably changed the name with the same bank. But that's the only bank we had an account with.
And was that account always a joint account?
A joint account, yes.
You had no other separate account in your name?
No.
And within your household, did you control the financial affairs?
Not really. That was just on a day-to-day basis. If my wife went shopping, she used money to pay her bills, and we probably only. Besides that, we probably only paid the electricity and telephone or whatever bills we got, and that's about it.
Yesterday, I asked you a series of questions relating to the acquisition by you of a driver's licence in Queensland under the name of Marion Barter Remakel.
Yes.
You recall those?
Yes.
Could the witness please be provided with Volume 10, Part 2? tab 323, capital C, page 3080. Take a moment to familiarise yourself with that document, please, Mr. Bloom.
Yes.
You've seen that document before today?
Yes.
The document, as you know, is contained within the material provided to you.
Yes.
Now, it's a document produced by the Department of Transport and Main Roads in Queensland,
Yes.
and it's a driver licence history for the name Fernand Natalia Remakel. You see that?
Yes, I can see that.
Do you accept that at a period of time you lived at Mount Warren Park in Queensland?
I did. That's when we came back from Europe.
After 1986, or during 1986, I should say?
I can't exactly remember the date, but yeah, probably when we came back from Europe anyway.
If you just cast your eyes down the page, you'll see the words "yours sincerely." If you just move your eyes up to the next line, do you see issue licence and then a date?
Yes.
Do you accept that on the 24th of August 1988 this licence was issued?
If it says so, yes.
Do you have any reason to doubt that today?
Issue license 92, it says.
No. Next line down, please, Mr. Bloom.
Yeah, 88.
And does that accord with your recollection as to when you acquired initially
Yes.
the licence in the name Fernand Natalia Remakel? You'll need to answer, Mr. Bloom.
It says it ended up in 92.
Can you return to my question, please?
Sorry.
Do you accept that this licence was issued to you in the name of Fernand Natalia Remakel on the 24th of August 1988?
Yes.
And do you accept that that document was reissued on the 2nd of October 1992?
Probably, I can't remember.
Do you accept?
I can't recall having renewed the license. I can't.
You remember obtaining it?
Yes.
You remember retaining it over a period of time?
Period of time I lost it, yes.
And returning to some questions yesterday, why did you seek to obtain from the Queensland Department of Transport and Main Roads a licence in the name of Fernand Natalia Remakel?
No specific reason.
In that period of time between the 24th of August 1988 and to the expiry date, and if you need to check, please do.
Yes.
Do you accept the expiry date is the 2nd of December 1997?
Yes.
A period of about 9 years. Do you accept that?
Yes.
What did you do with the licence?
Nothing. I had it in my pockets, and then I've used to put an ad in the paper in Sydney.
Oh. Did you always have it in your pocket?
It was always in my pocket.
And by your pocket, are you referring to your wallet?
Yeah, that's right, yes. In my, yeah.
But if you had no special reason or special purpose, why have it in your pocket?
Because it was there. I mean, I only used it once in Sydney, and that was it. was it. I mean, I kept it in my wallet, you know.
But why? You've only used it once, you say?
Yes. Can't answer that.
Why did you need it at all in circumstances where in that 9-year period you had been known as Frederick de Haververy,
Yes.
Richard or Rick Lloyd West, Willie Wooters or Wooters Willie, and Rick or Richard Lloyd Westbury? Why did you need this licence in your pocket for that 9-year period?
It was there, like, it just was in my wallet. That was all. Yeah, I can't explain any further. I never used it. I said it only once when I went to put an ad in the paper. That when Mr. I forgot his name now. Anyway.
Is that the ad in the Le Courrier Australien?
That's right.
On the 10th of December 1994?
That's right.
Some 6 years after you acquired the licence?
That's right.
Do you say after 6 years, the first time and only time you ever used it was on that occasion?
That's right.
And that's your honest evidence today?
Yes.
Did not use it for any other ads?
No.
For any other purpose?
No.
You're quite certain of that?
Certain of that. I thought I lost the license at one stage because I didn't have it anymore, but that's all I can say.
And when was that?
I can't exactly remember. But, yeah.
Were you concerned when you lost this licence?
No.
Do you remember when it resurfaced or how it resurfaced?
When resurfaced. No. As far as I'm concerned, it didn't resurface, no.
When was the last time you recall having the licence, Mr. Bloom?
I can't recall. I thought I lost it, but I can't recall when. And I can't tell you more than that.
Was it before 1992 or after 1992?
Probably was after. Can't remember, I'm sorry.
Are you making this up, Mr. Bloom?
Sorry?
Are you making this evidence up, Mr. Bloom?
No.
Why did you renew the licence in 1992 if you had not at that time ever used it?
Yeah, I can't even recall renewing it. I said it before. I mean, it's on paper, but I can't renew. I can't remember having renewed it. I can't.
And do you know why it was you let this licence in the name Fernand Nicolas Remakel expire in December of 1997?
Because, like I said before, I lost it. I didn't have it to renew.
Did you receive a notification from the Queensland Department of Transport and Main Roads?
No.
Notifying you that this licence was due for expiry?
No.
How long before December 1997 do you believe that you had lost this licence?
As I said before, I can't remember, sir.
Are you sure you lost it?
I'm pretty sure because it wasn't there anymore. So any longer. And, yeah.
Well, let's explore that.
Okay.
Where were you living when you believe you may have lost this license?
I was living in... maybe in Wollongbar.
What? Maybe. Can you be more certain?
No, can't say more than that.
Was it?
I just went into my wallet one day and noticed that the license wasn't there, and I thought I lost it. That's all I can say.
You say, thought I lost it. Had you
What, at the
in fact
time?
lost it?
Pardon?
Had you in fact lost it?
Yes, well, it wasn't there anymore. I lost it, yes, but at the time, I thought I lost it. That was my thought of the time. I didn't go. I didn't need the license, so I didn't think any further.
And was this in the second half of the period of time that you lived in Wollongbar?
Second part, I lived in Wollongbar only once, one period of time.
For about 12 months, is that right?
Yeah, thereabouts. Yeah.
And was it the last 6 months of your period of time in Wollongbar that you lost the licence?
Well, that I can't remember, sir. I can't tell you what period it was.
I take it you didn't report the licence stolen?
Obviously not.
And it's never resurfaced?
Not as far as I know, no.
It seems rather convenient that you lost this licence in 1997, isn't it?
Well, that's the way it is. I don't think it was in 1997, but anyway.
You went overseas, did you not, in the middle of 1997?
Probably did. But
Was it in your wallet when you went overseas in the middle of 1997, Mr. Bloom?
no.
Quite certain of that?
I'm pretty certain of that, yes.
And why are you so certain on that topic when you've been less certain on others in relation to questions about this licence, Mr. Bloom?
Because going overseas, I checked whatever I took with me, and in my wallet, the license wasn't there.
It was? Oh, it was in your wallet?
Wasn't there,
When you were going overseas?
yes.
Could we just clarify was or was not,
Yeah.
please?
Mr. Bloom,
Yes,
when you went overseas in the middle of 1997,
yes.
was the driver's licence under the name Fernand Natalia Remakel in your wallet?
No.
And why were you checking your wallet for that driver's licence in circumstances where you didn't really need to use it?
I went in my wallet to get my driver's license, my New South Wales driver's license, to go to the NRMA and get an international driver's license. Like every time I went to Europe, I took an international driver's license.
And was this licence an international driver's licence, was it?
Which one?
The Remakel.
No, I'm talking of my New South Wales driver's license. That's what I said.
And prior to this time,
Yes.
when was the last time you saw the licence, Mr. Bloom?
Like I said before, when I was living in Wollongbar, I think, yeah.
Had you seen it when you were living at 16 Howard Crescent?
That was before. Maybe not. I wasn't checking for. can't remember.
Did you check for your driver's licence when you went overseas in 1995? That is the Remakel licence?
In 95?
Yes.
No, as I said before, what I used, it was my New South Wales driver's license to get an international one. That's all I can remember. I had photos, I had different things in my wallet that I never sort of check every minute of the day. It's that.
And your evidence today that you believe your licence was lost shortly, to your knowledge, before you departed in the middle of 1997, is that honest evidence you're giving today,
It's
Mr.
honest
Bloom?
evidence, yes, sir. Yes. Look, I'm prepared to take the polygraph, if you want to.
In what name did you obtain an international driver's licence?
Well, in the name of my New South Wales licence.
And what name is that in, Mr. Bloom?
What year was...
What name is the New South Wales driver's licence in?
In what year?
What name is on your New South Wales driver's licence?
At the moment, it's Bloom.
And what was it in the mid-1990s? Do you remember, or have there been too many changes of names?
Exactly, yeah. I can't.
Do you remember what name was on your New South Wales driver's licence in 1997? And if it assists you, Mr. Bloom, your passport was in the name Richard Lloyd Westbury.
Oh, well, in that case, my licence was in that name. Because when I changed name, I went to the department and changed my driver's licence name.
Did you ever use the Fernand Remakel licence to obtain an international driver's licence for use overseas?
I obtained an international driver's licence on that name in Luxembourg.
And when did you do that?
That's before I left Luxembourg. And that's the licence I used to get the one in Queensland.
And why? Why did you do that?
Well, no.
Were you wanting to live a fantasy in relation to the name Fernand Remakel?
No, not a fantasy, no.
Why then, in circumstances where you say you only used it once?
Yes, because like other names that I changed, which I can't exactly explain. I don't have a pragmatic answer to that.
Was it because you were going to use the licence for wrongdoing?
When I did, I put an ad in the paper. I did.
And you say apart from that ad, no other use?
That's right.
But you can't explain why it appears you renewed the licence 2 years before you placed the ad?
No.
What identification did you need to present to obtain the international driver's licence in the name Fernand Remakel in Luxembourg?
Just the auto club. I went to the international driver's license is not delivered by the motor transport. It's delivered by, it's like in Australia, it's delivered by the NRMA.
At any time after you obtained either the international driver's licence in Luxembourg or the driver's licence in Queensland, did you pass yourself off as Fernand Remakel?
That's right, I never used it.
But did you ever invent a story that you were, in truth, Fernand Remakel?
No.
You never introduced yourself to anyone as Fernand Remakel?
No. As I said before, I'm prepared to take the polygraph if you want to, but...
You were prepared, though, to be known as Remakel because you placed the advertisement on the 10th of December 1994.
That's right, that's all I did.
And I'm just wanting to explore with you, Mr. Bloom, whether prior to that time you had invented a tale that you were a person to be known as Fernand Remakel.
No.
And what about after the ad was placed? Did you not at any time seek to invent a story?
No.
To be known as Fernand Remakel?
No.
Quite certain of that?
I'm certain of that. I never talked of it to anyone.
And did anyone answer your ad of 1994 in the Le Courrier Australien?
I never got an answer, no.
You sure about that?
I'm positively sure of that.
And had you got an answer, what were you going to say to them as to your identity?
I can't forecast that.
Difficult one to answer. Do you accept, Mr.
Sorry?
A difficult question to answer. Do you accept,
No, not
Mr.
really.
Bloom?
I never plan anything. I put the ad in the paper, yes, but I never plan any. I never got any answers. So.
But had you got an answer,
I don't understand.
would you not have had to continue the tale that you were Remakel?
Well, the question never occurred, so I can answer you that. I don't forecast my answers.
But having placed an ad with the surname Remakel, would you not have had to, had the ad been answered, to continue using the surname Remakel?
Maybe yes, but I don't know. It didn't happen.
If one looks at it logically, you'd have to explain why you've placed an ad in a name that's not yours, which could unravel the whole story, correct?
No, actually the ad was read right by Mr. I forgot his name. Anyway, he used to come every day to the coffee lunch when I was running coffee lunch in Sydney, and he was I think he was the owner of the Courier Australia. I can't remember his name. No, can't remember.
Were you living in Sydney in 1994, Mr. Bloom, or were you back in Ballina?
In 1994, I was living in Ballina, yes.
Well, you mentioned running a coffee lounge in Sydney.
Yes, but that was it belonged to my in-laws, and it was before they died, obviously. I think running a coffee lunch in Sydney in
the 70s, I suggest,
yes, in
Mr. Bloom.
74, I think, yes, when I came back from Europe in '74. When I came back from Europe in '74, like I said, I worked with AAP in George Street for a period of time until there was a demonstration in Sydney against the Vietnam War, which I was filming, and I got caught in the melee and ended up in hospital. And after that, so I gave that away when I was released and ran coffee lunch for my in-laws.
It helps with your memory, Mr. Bloom, in September of 1994,
Yes.
2 months before you placed the ad in the Le Courrier, Australian publication, you changed your name to Frederick de Haveberry, and the address you nominated was Howard Crescent, Ballina.
Yes.
Does that help you to better understand where you were living when you placed the ad?
Yeah. When I placed the ad, no, I can't remember.
We'll return to that topic,
Yeah.
Mr. Bloom. In September of 1994, did you, together with your wife, incorporate or acquire a company by the name of Ballina Coin Investments
Yes,
Proprietary
I
Limited?
did. Yes.
And you were a director of that company?
And my wife. Yes.
And your wife? What was the purpose of acquiring that company name, Ballina Coin Investments?
I was thinking of doing business, but then after time, we never traded because I was receiving an invalid pension from Centrelink.
And when did you first commence to receive the invalid pension?
I don't exactly remember that.
Was it after you returned
After,
from Luxembourg or the United Kingdom in 1986?
oh yes, it was after that. Yeah.
How long after your return did you commence to receive the invalid pension?
I can't exactly remember. I went in a period of time when I was completely depressed, and
Pausing there, were you on the pension when you were living at Woodenbottom?
yes,
Were you on the pension when you were living in Tamborine in Queensland?
I never left in Tamborine. We never lived there. It was only bare land.
Were you receiving the invalid pension when you were living at Mount Warren Park in Queensland?
Yes, I think. Yes, because that's the time I already went on.
And Mr. Bloom, does that suggest to you that perhaps you commenced to receive the invalid pension shortly after you arrived in Australia in 1986?
Probably, I can't remember dates. No.
And from the time that you commenced to receive the invalid pension, did you undertake any other form of employment?
No.
None at all?
Not at all.
You have not worked gainfully, I take it, since about 1986 or 1987?
No.
Did you, prior to 1994, when you acquired the company Ballina Coin Investments,
Yes.
have any business interests?
No, I went to, I went to coin fairs and I used to go every week to the Lismore there on Saturday. They have a boot sale. I used to go to the boot sale. I used to go to the Shannon Market. I used to go to the local auctions in Ballina. I had, I used to buy, like on the boot fairs. I never bought single items because, generally speaking, when people have a single item, they know what it's worth. And people who used to come to the boot market, they used to come with probably coins that they collected from a jar or whatever, something like that. And I would buy because in the coins, you can buy a 1932 florin, for instance, for $2, and you can buy the same florin for $100,000. It depends on the grading.
Or the knowledge of the seller?
Or the knowledge of, no, the seller would, the knowledge of the seller and the knowledge of the buyer as well.
Just pausing there, when did you first commence to have an interest in coins?
I had coins of from my grandfather, and that I kept, and before doing anything, on one of my trips to Europe, I brought back 2 containers with literature on coins, which I studied for quite some time, because in Australia the general public knowledge is very narrow. They mainly concentrate on Australian or sometimes British material, and but there are, in circulation there is other material coming from various countries in the world. I suppose it came with people migrating to Australia. They brought some of their country.
Just pausing there, my question was relating to when you developed the interest.
All right, okay.
And you said, before I did anything.
That's right.
And what's the anything you're referring to?
Before going to see at the coin fairs.
Thank you.
And
what year or years do you believe that your interest rose to a level that you shipped back to Australia literature on coins?
In the 1980s, when I came back from Luxembourg to Australia.
And by the time that you had registered the company Ballina Coin Investments, did you have a sufficient knowledge, in your opinion, to buy and sell coins in Australia?
Yes, fairly so. I wasn't, aware of everything, but yes.
And prior to that time, that is the incorporation of Ballina Coin Investments, How often before that time were you buying and selling coins?
Like I say, when I went mainly to car boot sales, which were organised in different places.
Was it a profitable interest in that period just prior to 1994?
Well, I didn't have much money. Our boat was cheap enough, a few dollars or whatever, from car boot sales, and I kept. It was mainly, as I said before, mainly Australian stuff and probably British, which I had a fair knowledge of it. Yes.
Is it fair to say that by September of 1994, you had come to the conclusion that perhaps you could make some money out of buying and selling coins, and that was why it was you incorporated the company Ballina Coin Investments?
I agree to that.
And was that because by that time you had been making some money from the buying and selling of coins?
No, not before. Before I was only on the little money I had from my pension that I get from overseas. I was buying, cheap stuff around.
And did you acquire a small room in Tamar Street in Ballina?
Tamar Street, yes, I did.
And was that Suite 9?
Probably.
No, it was 48 Tamar Street.
Right, yes.
And did you acquire a phone number for the business?
Yes, I did.
And how many months did you have the lease for the room at 48 Tamar Street?
I didn't have a lease. Phil. Anyway, one of the. He was a.
Doing the best you can today, Mr. Bloom.
I understand.
How many weeks or months did you have occupation of that room?
A few months.
A few months. Could it have been 6 months?
Could have been 6. Would have been more than 6 months, that's for sure.
And
I never traded. I never had anything to do there. I was just going there to sort the old stuff I had and reading, as I said, reading all my books. And I was spending most of my days, whilst I was there, in the shop of Barry Cooper.
And was he a local coin trader?
He was a local book. He had a bookshop and he was trading. I mean, I don't think he had no knowledge whatsoever about coins except Australians. And he was running an auction every month or 6 weeks at the RSL in Ballina. And I was there all the time, as I said before, discussing coins with him and reading to give him information, when he auctioned the coins that he acquired and that he didn't have the knowledge about. I gave him the information, and for a few auctions, not all the time, but for a few auctions, my wife typed the list of coins that he didn't know about, that he wanted to put in his auction.
And your business, was it first in time or to Mr. Cooper's, or did Mr. Cooper's business already exist when you commenced to rent or occupy the unit at 48 Tamar Street?
No, he already existed, yes.
And do you know how long he had already existed before you decided?
No, I don't.
To hang out your shingle, so to speak?
No, I don't.
Now, you acquired a phone number for the business?
Yes.
Through Telstra?
Yes.
And was that phone connected to the room you were occupying at 48 Tamar Street, Ballina?
Yes.
And what became of that phone number when you no longer occupied 48 Tamar Street, Ballina?
Well, I don't know, but I suppose it was transferred to other people.
You did not keep the number?
I never kept the number, no.
You didn't relocate the number to a second phone at your premises where you lived?
Only had the one phone, sir.
Only the one phone?
Yeah.
And at this stage, 1994, were you living at 16 Howard Crescent in Ballina?
I agree, yes.
Did you have a postal address for the business?
Not for the business. It was just a private postal address.
Did you have a PO box?
Yes, at Ballina Post Office.
And was that in your name?
Yes.
And was that a post office box that you had not disclosed to your wife?
I probably told her, but she never. We never discussed the postal box. I opened the postal box, and as I said before, when I went to see Barry, I used to go and clear the box. I don't think my wife would never went to the post office for the postal box. I can't remember. I think I was the only one having the key.
Have you discussed this topic with your wife in recent days?
No.
Mr. Bloom?
No. We haven't discussed any topics.
Did you have a PO box in 1994 at Lennox Head?
Yes, I did.
And did you disclose that PO box to your wife or not?
I don't think so.
And why was that?
Because there was no... The PO box was open on my name. And
Why the secret, Mr. Bloom?
No, there was no secret, but it was... I don't ever think that I received an email there during that time.
Why did you open up a PO box at Lennox Head when you had one at Ballina?
Because that is the PO box that I use in the ad that I put on in the courier.
And what other purpose did you use that PO box for at Lennox Head?
Well, I was expecting to get some answer, which I never did, and so that was it.
Why didn't you use the PO box at Ballina? Your wife didn't have a key, you cleared the box.
No.
Why did you open up a new PO box at Lennox Head, Mr. Bloom, in 1994?
Just to service that ad. That's all I can say.
Not for any other reason?
Not for any other reason.
Just for the ad that was placed at the end of 1994 in the Le Courrier?
Yes.
Quite certain of that, Mr.
I'm
Bloom?
quite certain. I actually never. I probably went 2 or 3 times to that box. It was the post office, I think, was run by 2 elderly, as far as I can remember, 2 elderly sisters, I think, and I only went there 2 or 3 times. Yeah. No more.
And did you receive any mail on those 2 or 3 times at Lennox Head post office box?
No.
Could the witness please be provided, Your Honour, with Volume 9, Part 1? And
Thank you.
could the witness please be directed to tab 292, page 2541? I apologise, it's in my Part 1, tab 292, page 2541.
That's it.
Thank you.
And do you see there, Mr. Bloom, the advertisement you placed in the Le Courrier Australian publication on the 10th of December 1994?
Yes, I paid for the ad, but
Mr. Bloom, you've answered my question.
yes, I
and
know.
I ask you please to turn to page 2539.
Yes. The ad was written.
Mr. Bloom, could you please turn to page 2539?
Could you help? Thanks. 2539.
2539, bottom right-hand corner in red ink.
Yeah.
And do you see there a further
That's the ad in the classified. Yes.
copy of the ad in the publication itself?
That's right. Yes.
And how did you go about placing this ad?
I went to I knew the owner. What was his name again? Anyway, he used to come every day for coffee at the coffee luncheon. We knew.
Some 20 years earlier.
Yes.
All right. So you knew the owner from 20 years past.
That's right.
When you worked
Yes.
at your parents-in-law's coffee
Yeah,
lounge.
that's right.
In the mid-70s in
Yes,
Sydney.
that's right. And I knew that they had a little office. I think it was in. Oh God. So near the Vineyard railway station there, in one of the streets there.
And my question was, Mr. Bloom, how you came to place the ad
So I went
in this publication.
Yes, I went there to put the ad, and I was aided, helped by anyway the owner of the paper. That doesn't redraw my. That's the ad was my my conception, sorry.
And at this point in time, you've accepted you're living at 16 Howard Crescent in Ballina?
Yes, it would be right.
You had commenced at this stage the business under the company name Ballina Coin Investments, correct?
Probably okay.
You were on the invalid pension at this time, correct?
Yes.
Your wife was not working at this time, correct?
No, she was.
Was she also on a pension at this time?
She was. She was my carer with the.
Was she on a carer's pension?
That's right, from Centrelink, yes.
And at this time, there was no other income other than Bard's pensions that you both received?
No, I never had. The matter of income was thoroughly investigated by Centrelink in 2000. And a few months later, in 2001, they gave me the paper that I...
All right.
Certificate that I...
Let's deal with that now. And what happened in 2000 that was investigated by Centrelink?
Yes, because I told them that I've had I don't know what the company, if you can call it that way, and that I had ill advised by the accountant at the time. I had a family trust as well. Same accountant, I can't remember his name, but it was in River Street, and that's where I returned.
Was the accountant Mr. Ware?
Sorry?
Was your accountant an individual by the name Ware, W-A-R-E? Vernon Ware?
Can't recall, I'm sorry.
Right. And pausing there, what was the name of the family trust?
The family trust was the business was Ballina Coin. Family trust was...
Or if it helps, was it a trustee company or an individual trustee?
I don't know. That was arranged by the accountant, and we just signed it. I don't know.
Do you know who the beneficiaries were under the trust? That is, who was to benefit from any distribution if it was a discretionary trust?
Yes, it was only it would have only been my wife and my kids. That's what I would.
And why was it set up, to your understanding?
He wanted, when I started the business company, he told me that I could wipe out benefits or whatever from the company into the trust. He explained me some, I can't exactly remember.
Was there a concern that if you derived an income
Yes,
from the coin business,
that's right.
that it could, depending on the amount, put in jeopardy your pension and your wife's pension?
No, it wasn't a concern because I told Centrelink, as I said before, I told Centrelink of the companies, and I told them, they always knew anyway, through the international, because Centrelink have an international setup, completely separate from any other Centrelink in Australia. It's in Tasmania, you know about. They have the international setup where they, through them, my pension from overseas is paid into my account.
And
so,
just pausing there, in 1994,
yes,
and perhaps some time after that,
yes,
you were receiving two pensions,
yes, I received two pensions all the time.
and one was from Belgium,
Belgium, yes,
the Belgian government.
that's right.
And did that relate to your service
That's right.
in the gendarmerie?
No, it's an invalidity, yeah.
So you're receiving an invalid pension from the Belgian government.
That's right.
Simultaneously, you're also receiving a pension from the Australian government,
Yes,
an invalid pension,
yes,
and your wife, to your
care-
understanding, was receiving a carer's pension.
exactly.
And apart from those three sources of income, was there any other source of income for the family from 1994 onwards?
Yes, we sold. The only large amount which went, because as I said to you, we only dealt with the Commonwealth Bank. We never, dealt with any other bank. And the large amount of money that came to the bank account was the amount that we received for the sale of the house in Tasmania.
And do you remember when that was? Or
That was before
we might be able to assist you on that.
From Tasmania, we moved to Howard Crescent, so about that time.
Do you remember what the net proceeds of sale were for that property at
don't.
Midway Point in Tasmania?
I can't exactly remember, but it was probably $80,000. Yeah.
And was that invested?
No, it stayed with the bank and it was used over the years.
Was it invested in a term deposit or not, to your recollection?
No, the only term deposit I had, that was when I was working in the coffee lounge in Sydney. That was with a bank in Rose Bay. But that was in 1976, yeah.
Now, returning to the trust, what has become of the trust?
I returned it ceased. At one stage, I went to see the accountant, and he sold both, or maybe one, I can't remember. He sold them to other people.
The company?
Yes.
I'm asking about the trust.
The trust, it ceased. I forgot what date. It's in the files, and that was it.
Now, yesterday you provided a document from Centrelink.
That's right.
Dated the 8th of June 2001. And what do you state is the relevance of that document?
Yeah, that it was. It says the information indicates that you're no longer involved in private company.
As at 2001?
That's 2001, but that went on for about, as I said, about 6 months. I declared that in 2000 sometimes.
Did the Ballina Coin investment turn a profit in the period of time that it was in existence?
It never traded, Sarah said so.
So that I'm clear, you never sold any coins in that period, 1994, until the company
I may have sold a few coins through Barry's auction, but that was only, never above $50 or $100. That was all. I know you've spoken to. I know the detectives spoke because they told me that they've spoken to Barry, and surely, if I made any big money, they would have told them.
Was your wife aware of the trust you referred to recently?
It.
The trust I'm talking about, not
Yes.
the company.
We both signed it.
Now, was money tight in that period of time leading up to when the company, Balanacorn Investment, was registered?
Money was always tight and always been. But as I said, we had that large amount of money in the bank at the time, and not that we splurge, we just paid the necessity. That's all.
And you said that apart from the 3 pensions that were coming into the household, there was no other
That's right.
Income stream?
I agree.
No inheritance from your side of the family by 1994?
Yes, I got money every time I went overseas for my family, yes.
And why would you receive money from your family every time you went overseas?
Just because it was part of my inheritance, and because I produced zillions during the time I was working with a company.
In terms of the inheritance, what was your understanding of your inheritance that led to money being provided to you on each occasion you went overseas by the family?
She had invested even after her death.
When was that?
I can't exactly remember. But even after her death, I was receiving money from the old accountant because she left. She bought, I don't know what you call that, but she bought, either it was shares or bank, what you call that, bank. Anyway, on the papers, there were coupons that they could be cashed at a certain date every year. And so when I went overseas, I went to see Armand. Armand was the old accountant. I said that after she was dead. When she was alive, she was just giving me some money. But he gave me the sale of those coupons of every year, sort of thing.
Right. And were you in that period in the 1990s selling the coupons when you were?
I didn't sell them. He did.
And what sort of return were you receiving for those coupons that were being sold on your behalf?
Well, last time I went to Europe, the very last time, which is probably over 10 years ago, the very last time, I got 50,000 euro, which I declared per airport when I arrived.
I'm talking about the 1990s.
Well, it was
Mr. Bloom, what sort of return were you getting?
various. When Maria was still alive, I was getting large amounts, and after that, when it was issues from the shares or government bonds, I think, well, anyway,
Mr. Bloom, I'm just trying to understand.
Yes, I'll explain.
I'm not going to hold you to a specific amount. I'm just trying to understand what type of return you were getting in that period in 1990 on average when a coupon was sold on your behalf.
Yeah, over €20,000.
And was that invested for you in Belgium or some other country?
Yeah, I don't know. As I said, it was money that I received cash from my mother when she was still alive.
Yes.
And the other from the accountant. He organized it. And I was as well paid cash by him. He organized the sales of the coupon. I don't know, he organized.
And when you were provided cash
Yes.
from the sale of the coupon,
Yes.
would you invest those yourself in
No.
Belgium or some other country?
No.
What would you do with the cash?
I would come back to Australia and declare it at the customs.
And you did that in the 1990s?
Yes, always declared at the customs whatever I came with.
And you mentioned the figure of €20,000 a moment ago as the sort of type of
That's
return
right.
you might receive in
Yeah.
the 1990s?
Yes, always declared at the customs.
And did you always return to Australia with cash in large sums in euro?
Well, in that sort of money, yes.
Why didn't you transfer it electronically to make it safer than to carry such a large amount of cash through various airports?
That's right, I was caught once being stolen, but
Western Union,
Yes,
one
I
of the
know.
many other international banks that could facilitate an electronic transfer.
to avoid the commission, simple. You know, because the like Western Union and all that, they convert the European currency into, like Australian currency because I come to Australia, and they charge a fair commission. Every dollar was important.
And when you returned on these occasions with large sums of euro in cash, what would you do with it in Australia?
What would I do in Australia?
Did you bank it? Did you...
No, I kept money. I had, at one stage,
I'm referring to the 1990s, Mr. Bloom.
in 1990, anyway, I can't remember. Once in the 1990s, I put in a safe deposit envelope at the Commonwealth Bank, always the same bank, the amount that I brought back that time. In the same envelope, I put the coins of my grandfather. I put the jewelry. We had a fair bit of jewelry that I brought back from my family, and a bond certificate from Zurich Insurance Company, which were issued when my mother-in-law died for my children.
And this is the only recollection you have of placing a large amount of euro
Yes, previous
currency into a safety deposit envelope?
Yes, and then
Well, let me finish, please. And on all the other occasions, what did you do with the money?
I kept it at home in a safe box.
And why didn't you, on those other occasions, place the money into a safe deposit
Because
envelope
I only...
with the Commonwealth Bank or some other bank?
Yeah, I understand. No, the bank. Commonwealth Bank, because I think because the place we were living at the time, I felt wasn't safe enough to keep in the...
And where was the place you were living at the time?
At the time we were living in Ballina, at the terrace, I think, yes.
At the terrace?
Yes.
In Ballina?
Yes.
And did you, when you... I withdraw that. Did you immediately deposit, on this one occasion, the euro cash immediately on your return from overseas?
No, I deposit the Australian dollar that I converted into.
And when did you convert the...
Yeah,
I withdraw that. Was the foreign exchange conversion done overseas or in Australia?
I convert the... Yes, when I come to Australia, I declare the amount of dollars I had. I converted overseas. Yes, most of the time I converted. Last time I came back.
No, I'm just focusing on this one occasion that you recall.
Yes.
Depositing.
Yes.
20,000 euro, which
yes.
was your evidence earlier.
Yes.
Into a safety deposit envelope at the Commonwealth Bank.
That's right. There was Australian dollars.
It wasn't euro, as you had said earlier.
That's right. But because at the time I wasn't converting into bank. I may have converted small amounts with the bank, but I never converted large amount.
Pausing there, was your usual practice throughout the 1990s, when you returned to Australia with foreign currency, namely euros, in large amounts, would you convert that in Australia or not?
No, I would convert it at the Bourse in Brussels.
And when you travelled to Australia with large amounts of Australian dollars in cash,
yes,
what would you do with that large deposit of cash when you returned to Australia?
I said to you before, I put in a safe deposit box at home.
On only one occasion?
No, at home.
At home?
At home. I used to put the money. I had a steel safety box until, as I said the last time, was the last time I was, I took the money to a
Mr. Bloom, I'm just wanting you to focus on the 1990s.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And do I understand your evidence correctly that when you were living at the terrace in Ballina,
yes,
you had some concerns about safekeeping?
Yes, it was like a windmill.
And you, at that period of time, whilst you were living at the terrace,
yes,
deposited some money in a safety deposit envelope?
Yes.
And you're quite certain of that?
Yes.
Take a moment to think about it, Mr. Bloom.
Yes.
You're quite certain of that?
Yes.
And is it your recollection that on this occasion that you deposited a large amount of Australian dollars in a safety deposit envelope at the Commonwealth Bank in Ballina?
Yes.
That was done shortly after your return from overseas?
Or it'd be the next day or the day after, yes.
And you're quite certain of that?
Yes.
Take a moment to think about it?
No, I'm certain of that.
Your Honour, I've been reminded of the time.
We'll take the morning adjournment and resume at 12.
Silence, please. Stand, discuss, stand.
Court's open again.
Mr. Bloom, is there any evidence that you've given today that you wish to correct?
Exactly, yes.
And what is that?
The amounts of money I thought you took for granted that they were in euro, but they were in Belgian francs. My mother never knew euro. She died before euro come on. And because the enormity of it in my head when I was in the toilet, the certificate, the bond thing which tied with the account, the same, she did that when she was still alive. She never knew euro, it was in Belgian francs. And Belgian francs, it's because I never had such amount. Belgian francs was 45-1.
Apart from that, does it alter your evidence as to when you recall on one occasion exchanging Belgian francs into Australian dollars and depositing Australian dollars in cash into a safety deposit envelope?
Yes, they were, but they were not that amount. They were in the. I put it in. You know, the same amount, yes, but the same amount, yes, but in Belgian francs, not in euro.
Mr. Bloom, I understood your evidence before the morning adjournment that on one occasion,
yes,
you exchanged euros into Australian dollars.
That was the last time, yes.
And that you placed in a safety deposit envelope within a few days of your return to Australia,
yes,
Australian dollars in cash.
Exactly, yes.
And do I understand that the only alteration to your evidence is that it was not euros that were exchanged into Australian dollars, but Belgian francs?
No, well, I exchanged, the last time I brought 50,000 euro, I did.
Mr. Bloom, all my questions have been for the period of the 1990s.
They were in Belgian francs.
Thank you. And it's your clear recollection that that was during a period of time when you were living at the Terrace,
yes,
in Ballina?
Yes.
And do you know how much that money was in Australian dollars that was deposited in the safety deposit envelope on that one occasion that you can recall?
No, but it wasn't a large amount.
What sort of figure are we looking at?
The only large amount that I brought back was the last time,
Right.
and I lost it. But before that, there were amounts in the order, as I said, of 20,000 thereabout, but they were in Belgian francs. And I said it in my alteration there. It was about 45-1. So if I brought 20,000 francs, you can figure that. Anyway, it was in the low, it'd be in the low thousands, I can't calculate it. It'd be in the low thousands.
And that is your recollection for that period?
Yeah.
In the 1990s?
Yes, I never had big amount of money in the bank. Never.
And in the 1990s,
Yes.
what about big amounts of money in cash in the safe at your residence?
Yes, they were. There were. That's why through the customs, I've declared every time, and you didn't have to declare anything below $2,000, and most of the time I was on that limit. And I declared that to the custom every single time.
And your recollection, if I understand your evidence
Yes.
correctly, is in that period throughout the 1990s,
Yes.
you were usually below the $2,000 limit
yes.
that required
Or-
a declaration to customs.
That's right, or above a fair bit, but when I say a fair bit, a little bit, and the custom just wave it through. Like I used to bring, I used to bring 2 bottles of alcohol, where I was only allowed 1, but usually they wave me through. They say it's okay.
And you referred that you would sometime store big money in the safe at your residence. When you refer to big money, what sort of amounts are you referring to?
It was in low thousands of dollars.
And do I, again, understand your evidence correctly that
Yes.
apart from a figure of €50,000
Yes,
that you declared to customs
in Perth.
in Perth after the 1990s,
Yes,
it's always been relatively small amounts below $2,000.
that's right, in Belgian francs, yes.
And what year, if you remember, did you declare the €50,000 when you arrived at Perth?
That was on my last trip, 10, a bit more than 10,000. No,
I think you, in your earlier evidence, said perhaps over 10 years ago,
that's right, yes.
perhaps in 2012.
Perhaps my last trip, anyway.
And we'll see if we can turn that up, Mr. Bloom. And how did you acquire $50,000? Sorry, I withdraw that. How did you acquire €50,000?
Yes, that was
at that time?
yes, that was money which was invested by my mother. The conversion of money being, well, I've got to say that right. The conversion of my money, the conversion of, it was the rest of my
Coupons?
sorry?
The coupons that you referred to earlier?
No. It was the rest of my inheritance that was converted by the accountant and given to me by him.
And was that the last of your mother's inheritance?
Inheritance, except, as I explained further, she bought those shares or whatever that I received the income of the sale of the coupons, which was in Belgian francs. Yes.
And I think you said very recently in your evidence that you lost that
Yeah, that was
€50,000.
That's right. Yes.
And was it insured?
I'm afraid not.
Right. Do you have still before you, Mr. Bloom, Volume 9 and Part 1?
No.
And it's the advertisement that you were taken to earlier, page 2541. I had commenced to ask you some questions about this, and we ended up dealing with that document from Centrelink. If that could be marked, Your Honour, the Centrelink document of June 2001.
Yep.
For identification, please.
That document will be MFID.
May it please the Court. Now, you gave some evidence earlier today, Mr Bloom, that you had an association with a gentleman who was connected in some way with the Le Courrier Australien publication.
Yep.
And that you had known him perhaps 20 years earlier or
Yes.
thereabouts. Was he still associated with that publication?
No, I think it was his son by the same name, but I can't remember his name.
And how did you go about placing that ad?
I just went to their office and he did it for me. That's all.
And was there a particular reason why you were in Sydney at that time, in circumstances where you were living in Ballina?
I can't remember, sir.
Do you remember why it was you placed the ad in that particular publication?
Yes, because I thought I'd be friend with a French-speaking person.
Could you have published a similar type of advertisement in a French-speaking publication located in Brisbane, closer to home?
There was not that I know. That's the only French publication that I knew of.
And did you subscribe to this publication yourself?
No, I used to buy it. As I said, when I was in Centre Point, I used to buy it at the news agent there.
And was that a regular occurrence on those occasions you were in Sydney, that you would purchase a copy of that publication?
Exactly, yes. Just because it was a monthly. It wasn't a weekly paper.
And did you have to pay to place the advertisement?
Yes, I paid whatever amount it was.
And what identification, if any, did you need to provide?
I didn't even provide any identification because the fellow, I forgot his name, knew me.
But did he not know you as Frederick or Rick de Heverberry, which was your name in the 1970s?
I wasn't asking any questions.
You don't recall having to produce some identification? That
Maybe I did. Maybe I produced Remakel's driver's license. Maybe I did. I just can't remember.
And do you say that this is the first time that you ever placed an ad or a classified of the type we see at page 2541?
Yes, that was the only ad I put.
You've never placed an ad previously of this type?
In that paper, you mean?
Any paper or any publication?
Any publication. I may have put an ad. Maybe I just can't remember. But I don't recall putting that.
I want to suggest to you that that's something that you would remember.
No, I don't.
Whether you'd placed more than one ad seeking companionship.
I might have.
Mr. Bloom.
Yes, I understand. I just can't recall.
Mr. Bloom, you've been married to your wife for a significant period of time. Have you on any other occasion placed a similar ad to the one that you see before you at any other time?
Not really. I honestly can't recall.
Not really?
Not really. No, I can't. Sorry.
Your Honour will note, and for the record, the significant pause in relation to each of the questions that were put to the witness. Why at this time, Mr. Bloom, did you place such an ad in the Le Courrier Australian publication?
I answered before because I want to find a French-speaking person, that's all.
Will you please look at the advertisement?
Yes.
Do you agree that its translation into English loosely
Yes.
reads as follows?
Yes.
Male, 47 years old,
Yes.
single,
Yes.
large, brunette,
Yes.
sober,
Yes.
non-smoker,
Yes.
university graduate,
Yes.
multi-homeowner,
Yes.
intelligent,
Yes, you are. Yes, sir.
multilingual,
Yes.
genuine,
Yes.
motivated,
Yes.
and very morally aligned,
Yes.
and more importantly, is searching for a lady with a free heart.
Yes.
What's your understanding of BCBG?
My understanding is it's only a French expression. It's bon chic, bon genre.
And does that mean good style, good family? Loosely?
Good style and no, bon genre doesn't mean anything with family. It's,
And do you agree that you end the ad with the words looking for a permanent relationship
Yes, I did.
and or marriage?
Yes, I did.
At that time, were you intending to separate from your wife Diane?
No, I wasn't. It was looking for an adventure. I said so.
Well, let's explore that. In 1994,
Yes.
you were not 47 years old, were you? You nominated your date of birth
Yes, I wasn't.
yesterday as the 9th of July 1939, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And that would place you at about 55 years in 1994, correct?
All right. So it was a lie.
That was a lie.
Yes.
Had you nominated the age of 47 years because that coincided with the age of the real Fernand Remakel,
No.
who was born in 1947?
No. No.
You were not single, were you?
No, I
On the
wasn't.
10th of December 1994.
No, I wasn't.
In 1994, you were not a multiple homeowner, were you?
No.
In 1994, you were not genuine, were you, Mr.
No, I've said it already.
In 1994, you were not very morally aligned, were you?
Obviously not.
And you were not, as you have said a moment ago, looking for a permanent relationship?
No, I wasn't.
Correct? Nor were you looking for marriage?
No.
Why did you include the words marriage?
Why? Because it's part of the whole thing, and the whole thing was a lie.
Yes.
That's all.
And why were you hell-bent on publicly lying?
No, I can't answer that.
Was it because you were seeking to obtain a personal or financial benefit by deception from any person who happened to answer the advertisement?
No. No, you. No, sir.
You've accepted, have you not, that no part of this advertisement was genuine?
I did say so before, yes.
Why weave, I withdraw that, why weave a web of deception?
No explanation. I never thought of deception. The newspapers were full of hundreds of ads. The people were not, nowadays they're all thousands on the internet. But back then it was all in ads in the paper. And
Mr. Bloom, I want to suggest to you that you were deliberate and calculating when you came to place this ad in 1994. Do you accept that?
I was deliberate, maybe. Calculating, no.
And I want to suggest to you that you had taken the time to consider how best to conceal your true identity in relation to the placement of this ad in 1994. Do you accept that?
That I cancel my identity? Yes.
And that was a deliberate decision by you at the time you placed this advertisement?
Deliberate. It was a decision taken on the spot of the moment. It wasn't. Anyway, if you're happy with that I was deliberate, I'd say yes, but it wasn't. I didn't have any back thoughts at all when I put the ad in the courier mail.
I want to suggest to you, Mr. Bloom, that you were calculated as to what information you placed within the advertisement to reduce as much as possible your true identity being exposed. Do you accept that?
I accept that, yes.
And do you accept that because you have used an alias, namely Remakel?
Yes.
That you have used a telephone number that was not subscribed to you as an individual at that time, correct?
That's right.
That you used a PO box in Lennox Head over which your wife did not know.
That's right, for that purpose.
Was there any response to this advertisement?
None whatsoever.
How long was it in circulation, to your knowledge? Do you know?
Well, only once,
And was the publication a weekly or monthly?
monthly.
And why was it important for you at that point in time to seek out a French-speaking companion?
Why? Because of my background. That's all I can say.
And are you quite sure, Mr. Bloom, that no one responded to that advertisement?
I'm 100% sure that no one answered. I only went to the PO box 2 or 3 times. I never got an answer.
What about a phone call?
No?
In February of 1995, you travelled abroad. Do you recall that?
Yes, if you say so.
Well, can you remember going overseas in the latter part of February 1995?
Well, if it's on record, yeah, I can't say no.
And on this occasion, did you travel with anyone other than your wife?
In 95, that's... 95. Yes, it was Mrs. Oldenburg, yeah. Yes.
Pause there. Did you say it was Mrs. Oldenburg?
Yes.
Had you been overseas with Mrs. Oldenburg on more than one occasion or not?
No, on one occasion.
I want to suggest to you that you travelled with Mrs. Oldenburg in December of 1999.
Oh, sorry.
I'm referring to 1995.
95.
You were living at Howard Crescent
Yes.
in Ballina. Your passport at that time was under the name Richard Lloyd Westbury.
Yes.
And I'm simply asking you that in 1995, it appears you took a number of trips to Europe,
Yes.
and if need be, I can take you to the travel movements.
Yes.
Could the witness please be provided
Yeah, look, I only went on my own overseas. I never went with anyone except for Mrs. Oldenburg.
and you're quite certain of that? That's the only time you've travelled abroad with a woman other than your wife?
That's the only time, yes.
And what about on those other occasions that you've travelled overseas? Have you ever met up with any other women?
No. No,
Certain of that?
certain that.
At this time in 1994, were you wanting to portray yourself as the real Fernand Remakel, born in 1947, former international Luxembourg soccer player?
I want to Want to do what? Sorry, I'm sorry.
At this time, that is
Yes.
December 1994, when you placed the advertisement,
Yes.
were you wanting to portray to any person who may have answered the ad that you were Fernand Remakel, former international soccer player from Luxembourg?
Certainly not. No.
Why did you choose his name for this advertisement?
Because I had a driver's license to justify it. That's all.
You had other names that you could have used, correct?
No, I only had. If I had other names, yes, but it was only one at a time, and I only had the driver's license of that name.
Could the witness please be provided with volume 9, part 2?
I have it here.
Is that just... Could the officer check, please, that that contains page 2739 and assist the witness accordingly?
Thank you.
Do you have that before you, Mr. Bloom?
Yes.
Now, before I go into that document, were you, throughout the 1990s, please don't look at the document, Mr. Bloom, focus on my question.
Yes.
During the early 1990s, were you corresponding with Monique Cornelius?
I was corresponding with, I said it in my statement to you yesterday that I sent, a few letters and a few cards. I did.
And do you remember the last time you corresponded with her? And to assist with your recollection, perhaps you can orientate yourself to a property or a town that you may have been living in at the time?
I think it was I was in Tasmania. I remember that vividly. But after that, I can't recall. I only sent probably, the most I sent was probably 3 letters and 1 card over the last, since I come back to Australia from Luxembourg.
And at any time, had you disclosed to Monique Cornelius that you had acquired her husband's name on a driver's licence?
No.
Or a Luxembourg international driver's licence?
No. She didn't know about that.
Now, do you have... what page do you have open for you, Mr.
2739.
Right, now, This is a document I took you to yesterday. You recall this document? And I want to take you to page 2740. It's the next page. And you see column 6 for the passport issued to you here in Australia under the name Richard Westbury.
Yes.
A number of trips throughout the 1990s.
Yes.
You take 2 trips in 1993,
Yes.
2 in 1994,
Yes.
4 in 1995.
Yes.
Now, are you able to shed some light on why it was you were undertaking a couple of trips a year, sometimes more, in that middle period of the 1990s when, as you stressed in your evidence today, money was tight? What were you doing?
I was going to stay with my family.
And you were doing that twice a year?
Yes. I mean,
Sometimes upwards of 4 times in 1995?
yes, I went when I needed a bit of money to see Armani, the old accounts of my mother.
Mr. Bloom, are you saying that in 1994, I withdraw that, in 1995, if we take that year as an example,
Yes.
but on the 3 occasions that you went overseas in
Yes.
1995, it was to seek out financial support?
That's right. And because I made a special relationship with the director of Japan Airlines in Amsterdam, and I was offered I was offered very cheap travel. Over the years, I bought him some meiji, which are Japanese coins, and I gave them to him, and they never charged for it. They were not expensive anyway. But he was interested by the story of his country, I suppose, and therefore I had occasion to have. I used to go overseas for $300 or $400. That's one way, and then I got money to pay my trip back from the old accountant from my mother. He always paid my FS anyway. Yeah. Going out and coming in, I was always getting some. He would send me a.
That's right.
He would send me a recommendé letter with some money to pay for my trip. And my as I said, my affairs were very, very low.
What was this gentleman's name?
Armand,
Could you spell that, please?
Armand.
And is that his first name or surname?
No, that's his first name.
And his surname?
His surname was René, but René with R-E-N-E-Z.
And where did he live?
He lived in, I think that he lived, because I never saw her. I always saw him at the factory in At. I think he was living in At, but I'm not 100% sure.
Just for the transcript, could you please spell that town?
At A-T-H
And what country?
in Belgium.
And when did you meet him? What year?
Well, most of my trip overseas, I met him.
When did you first meet him?
When I first met him when I left Luxembourg and worked for the factory in Elzel, which is in the same area as the factory they had in At. But the officers work there, the secretary and anyway, accountant and all that, which worked for the firm.
What year, Mr. Bloom?
Where?
My question.
Oh,
When did you first meet him?
I first met him when I came back from Luxembourg in 70. When I left Luxembourg, no. I first met him when I left Luxembourg. That was, my daughter was born in 86, sorry.
And when you met him, was he working for Japan Airlines?
No, he was working for the family. He was an accountant for the family.
And when did he become a director of Japan Airlines?
No, that's completely separate. The director of.
I thought you said that during this period in the mid-1990s you met a director of Japan Airlines
Based in Amsterdam.
who provided you with discounted airfare.
Yes, he was based in Amsterdam.
And my questions were relating to that person. Who was the director of Japan Airlines that provided you with discounted airfares?
He was the director of Japan Airline in Amsterdam. I can't remember his name.
You can't remember his name?
He was in a office above the check-ins. There was on the floor above the check-ins. There were all the office of all the airline companies, and he was there officiating, or I don't know. He was there in the office anyway.
You're not being reminded of the time, but perhaps, Mr. Bloom, over the lunch and adjournment, you can consider and reflect on who the director of the Japan Airlines was that provided you with discounted airfares over some period of time.
Yeah, I can't remember his name, sir. I can't. It was a Japanese name, and I can't remember.
Yes.
All right, we'll take the lunch adjournment and resume at 2:00.
Please stand. Once court is now adjourned.
Yes, Mr. Castleton.
My pleasure, Your Honour. Mr Bloom, do you still have the document before you which contains the various passports you've been issued with over the years?
Document that?
Do you still have before you the document which details the various passports you've held over the years?
Probably, yeah.
What page number is it?
This is 2793.
Right. I'll return to that shortly. Over lunch, have you reflected on the name of the director of Japan Airlines,
Yes,
who you state provided you with discounted airfares throughout the mid-90s?
can't remember. So Japanese name I can't remember.
And what did you do for him in return for these discounted airfares?
I gave him some meiji. This is Japanese coins.
And did you do that shortly after the first time you met him?
I started, when we talked about when I met him, and I said I'll look for, and I got some there and there. They're nothing expensive, it's just historical.
And for how long did your acquaintance with this director last for?
10, 15 years.
If you please turn, Mr Bloom, to page 2759. And if you need help, don't hesitate to ask the court officer. Do you see in red ink the number 2759?
2759.
At the bottom right.
Yes.
All right. Now, I want you to assume that this is a document that records your international travel movements
Yep.
from the 2nd of January 1986 until the 29th of March 2012.
Yeah.
And if you commence at the bottom of the document at page 2759, you
Yes.
see your arrival into Kingsford Smith Airport on the 2nd of January 1986. Do you see that, Mr Bloom?
At the bottom of the page.
Yes, the last printing on that document, do you see a date 02 Jan 1986?
No.
May I approach, Your Honour?
Yes.
Could the witness please be shown volume 9, part 2, page 2759? Two, 759. try again, Mr. Bloom.
Sorry.
Do you see before you in red ink in the bottom right-hand corner the number 2759?
Yes.
If you cast your eyes further up the page, do you see a date entry 02 Jan 1986?
Yes.
Could you then move towards the top of the page to you come to a date 31 October 1993? Relates to
Yep.
flight number JL775.
Yes.
Now, can you just take a moment to look at the various flight details that are JL, and I'd ask you to assume that that is Japan Airlines.
Yes.
And if you could just, after you get to the top of the page, turn backwards to page 2758.
Yes.
And do you see that the last flight as recorded in this document that you took with Japan Airlines was a flight arriving into Eagle Farm on 31 July 1997? Do you see that?
That's 20.
Are you on page 2758?
2758.
Yes.
And the last one was 20th of October 95.
No. Move up 4 entries, and do you come to a date 31 July 1997?
31 July.
31 July 1997.
Yeah.
And take a moment to look at the remainder of the document, and when you have, do you agree that the last flight that you took on Japan Airlines between October 1993
Yes.
and March 2012 was that flight on the 31st of July 1997?
Yeah.
Now, you said a moment ago that your acquaintance with the unidentified
Yes.
director from Japan Airlines lasted for about 10 or 15 years.
Yes.
Could you be mistaken and that it ended at some time in either 1995 or 1997?
It ended up when I last came back to Australia, which is about 10 years ago, or a bit more.
And that relates, does it not, to the flight that's recorded at the top of the page, being page 2758, which discloses that you arrive into Perth on the 29th of March 2012. You see that?
Are you on page 2758, Mr. Bloom?
58, yes.
The top entry. What does it say?
It said 29th March 2012.
And is that your last flight that you recall coming to Australia from overseas?
10 years ago. Probably.
Now, between 1997 and 2012, do you agree with me that it appears you did not fly Japan Airlines in that period of time?
That's what I agree, but it's fine.
And when was the last discounted airfare provided to you by the unidentified director of Japan Airlines?
It says it here, 12th of May 93. correct?
I'm asking you, when you last received a discounted airfare
Yes.
from the unidentified director of Japan Airlines, to which you have referred earlier in your evidence today.
Well, it says here 12th of May 93.
Where do you see that? Is that not the first flight you took with Japan Airlines, Mr. Bloom?
Oh, sorry, yes. Sorry. The last one was...
And I'm asking about the last discounted fare, if you can
Yeah.
remember.
It says it here, 31st of July 97. Is that correct?
Well, that certainly appears to be your last flight with Japan Airlines.
Yes.
Was that a discounted fare or not?
Yes.
And what happened after that flight in relation to obtaining discounted airfares with Japan Airlines?
Yeah,
Why did they end? Put
excuse me?
simply, why did the discounted flights with Japan Airlines end in July of 1997?
I can't exactly remember.
You'd had a good run, had you not?
Yes, but I had...
Between 1993 and 1997,
yes,
you've taken multiple flights
Yes.
with Japan Airlines.
yes.
What happened in the year of 1997 for the generous discounted flights with Japan Airlines to end?
Because I went and come with other companies, obviously.
And were you getting discounted fares with those other commercial airlines?
Not really. I paid my, like I said before, I would receive some money from Europe sent to me, and I bought cheap flights. I had cheap flights to fly to.
Mr. Bloom, I'm concentrating, as you are well aware, on why it was the discounted flights, and I suggest to you from your earlier evidence they were heavily discounted flights,
Yes,
with Japan Airlines,
yes,
came to a screeching halt in July of 1997.
yes.
Why?
Because I flew with other companies.
Why did you not continue to receive the discounted airfares with Japan Airlines, Mr. Bloom?
Oh, there was no specific reason. I bought my tickets from, the other flights. I bought my tickets from Australia.
Have I understood your evidence correctly today
Yes,
that you formed an acquaintance
yes,
with a director
yes,
of Japan Airlines who had an office at Amsterdam
Yes.
Airport, and that he would provide you with discounted airfare?
yes.
And that is why you commenced to fly with Japan Airlines?
That's right.
And do I understand also correctly that your acquaintance with this unidentified individual endured for perhaps 10 or 15 years?
Yes,
Which would mean that in 1997, this unidentified director of Japan Airlines is still well known to you. My simple question is, Mr. Bloom, why did you stop receiving from him heavily discounted airfares to fly with Japan Airlines?
for no reason. Why? He didn't refuse me anything. Maybe he wasn't there anymore. I don't know. I can't.
Did something happen in 1997
No. Oh,
in relation to your use of Japan Airlines?
was attacked at the Schiphol airport, but I can't remember where.
Can you direct your attention, please, to my question, Mr. Bloom?
Yes.
Did something happen in 1997 that caused you to stop taking advantage of heavily discounted airfares with Japan Airlines?
I can't recall of anything happened. I was attacked at the.
But not on a plane, I take it.
No. In the airport. The airport was in refurbishment, and.
My question relates to Japan Airlines, Mr. Bloom.
Yes, right. Yes. Nothing happened. What would have happened?
Why did you stop receiving these generous discounted airfares?
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe the person was transferred. Maybe, I don't know. I can't explain.
Can't shed any light on why, after 1997, you were flying with other commercial airlines?
No.
At, I suggest, commercial rates?
Sorry?
Were you, after 1997, paying commercial rates with those other airlines you used?
I always got the cheapest fare possible. That's all I can say. No matter company it was, from the start or at the end, I don't know.
But nothing like you were receiving throughout the mid-1990s of $300 or $400 fares?
No, not that. I was paying a bit more, but I usually bought a one-way ticket, which was in a low hundreds of dollars at the time, and got my return, from the family accountant at the time. So I can't.
And in that period, whilst you were flying with Japan Airlines between 1993 and 1997,
Yes.
I want to suggest to you that they were return airfares, not one way.
No, I mainly went one way.
Why were you then returning on Japan Airlines?
Yes, that's at that period when I got cheap tickets from Japan Airlines, it was usually a return one, yes.
And given the heavily discounted fares you were receiving from your acquaintance within the airline itself, was there a reason why you did not avail your family of that generosity and obtain cheap airfares for them?
My family never travelled much at all in that period of time. My children were at school. I mean, why would they? I don't know.
And you will accept that there are school holiday periods?
Yes, I accept that. But
And I want to suggest to you that in June and July of 1997,
yes,
that may well have coincided with school holidays.
yes, I don't dispute that. But my children had commitments, and they were squat training every day and going to carnivals mainly in New South Wales and Queensland, but depending where the nationals were. And there was training every morning and every evening that my wife took them to the pool.
And when you took these return fares with Japan Airlines, was there always a layover or a stop
Always in
Japan?
Always in Narita, yes.
In Narita, the airport there at Narita?
Yes.
Which is the home base for Japan
That's right.
Airlines?
Yes.
And were you, if you were taking an onward journey to Europe, stay in a hotel?
At the Narita airport, they had a transit.
Provided by the airline?
Yeah, that's right, yes.
And was that called Hotel Nikko, Narita?
Probably, I can't remember. No. Probably.
And when one looks at your travel movements in the early to mid-1990s, do you agree that more likely than not you stayed at Narita at the airport on each journey?
Yes. Stayed there for I think 3 to 4 or 5 hours.
And overnight at the hotel?
It wasn't a complete overnight. It was up till the connecting flight to Europe which was early, very early morning.
Do you have any recollection of staying overnight at the hotel at Narita Airport?
Yes, yes.
Right. And that was not unusual, was it, for you to stay overnight at the hotel?
I never stayed overnight, no.
I thought you just said
I'm
you
sorry.
did.
No. Oh. I arrived with the flight from Brisbane. The reason why that flight was it was stopping at on the top of Queensland in Cairns. And it was stopping in Cairns, and then from Cairns when it was going to Narita. Arrived in Narita late in the evening, and very early morning, in the early hours of the morning, like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, there was a first flight to Europe, the connecting flight. So I stayed at Narita 5, maybe 6 hours, the most.
Never overnight?
I never stayed overnight, no.
And on the return leg, when you're coming back from Europe to Australia,
on the return leg,
would you stay overnight at Narita Airport?
No. No, because the flight, the connecting flight from Europe arrived at Narita, and the flight from Europe arrived at Narita, and there was a connecting flight back to Australia.
And on any of your trips overseas, not necessarily with Japan Airlines, have you taken the time to explore Japan? Tokyo, Narita?
No.
Never taken the metro from Narita into Tokyo City?
No.
And done no sightseeing at all in Japan?
No.
You've been to Korea, Mr. Bloom?
Been to Korea? Never been to Korea, no.
And
What did I do?
you provided for Her Honour's benefit before the luncheon adjournment the family's accountant. Remember that?
Family?
The family's accountant in Belgium.
Yes.
Now, why did this accountant in Belgium have such wide discretion in relation to the funding of money to you or to others?
Well, it was arranged for. He was the accountant. He was only doing things on directive of the family. That's all I can say.
And did you always receive from him, I apprehend from your last answer, on behalf of the family,
Yes.
in those early years, Belgium francs,
Yes.
and after 1999, euros,
Yes.
and that you would bring the francs or the euros back to Australia in your luggage?
Yes, that's right. Yes.
And do I understand that one of the reasons you have offered as to why you were travelling so frequently to Europe in the 1990s was to obtain funds
That's right.
from the family to provide financial assistance to yourself and family?
That's right.
Why wasn't the money transferred from Belgium to Australia to avoid the necessity of you having to fly so regularly to Europe from Australia?
Because I also wanted to see my family. I wasn't just going, for... I visited my family.
Did they visit you?
Excuse me?
Did they visit you?
No, they never came. They took...
And who were you visiting? Who were you visiting?
My mother was an amputated person. She couldn't travel by plane.
And by the 1990s, had your mother, by that stage, passed on? This is Maria Coppenal we're referring to, I take it?
I can't remember when, but she passed on.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, who were you visiting in Belgium by way of family in the mid-1990s?
I have a multitude of cousins and relations, but some of them I don't even know.
And why were you making multiple trips in the 1 year to visit family? Why not do it all at the one time?
Because it was the main reason. It was to see the accountant and my family as well. Whilst I was going to see the accountant, why not see my family?
And when you would visit the accountant, why not obtain all the money at the one time?
Because, as I explained to you before, there were dated coupons from. You couldn't draw the money in once.
Yesterday, Mr. Bloom, I withdraw that, Your Honour. Do you agree, Mr. Bloom, that for the year of 1996, you were resident in a rental property at 16 Howard Crescent in Ballina?
Yes.
And if it assists, that was the year that your son was in Year 12, and
Yes.
towards the end of that year completed his high school certificate. Recall that?
Yes.
The following year, 1997, do you agree that was the first year that your son was out of high school?
That's right, yes.
That he turned 18 in April of 1997?
Yeah.
And did you move at the end of 1996 from Ballina to Wallingbar?
That's right.
And did you live at 8 Ruberton Street, Wallingbar,
Yes.
for pretty much most of 1997?
That's right, yes.
And then towards the end of 1997, did you return to Ballina?
That's right, yes.
And did you stay at 14 The Terrace in
yeah.
Ballina?
Yeah.
And throughout 1997, did your daughter attend school in Ballina?
Yes.
And throughout 1997, did you or your wife drive her from Wallingbar to Ballina to attend school?
School and swimming training.
Why did you leave Ballina at the end of 1996
Because the
and
house-
move to Wollongbar, Mr.
Because the house was too small. My children were growing out into adults and the house was too small, so we moved to a bigger house.
Why not somewhere closer to your daughter's high school or the swimming pool to which she would do her training?
Yeah, I understand that, because we had the opportunity to rent that house, and it was a nice place and bigger, and I can't say anything more than that.
Was there another reason, Mr. Bloom?
No,
No other reason?
no other reason.
Nothing happened towards the end of 1996 that
No.
caused you to leave Ballina and move to Wollongbar?
No,
You're quite certain of that?
I'm quite certain of that. Why would anything happen? The reason why I moved, yeah.
It seems quite a burden to spend a significant period of time in a car driving from Wollongbar to Ballina
Yes,
5 days a week,
Yes.
most weeks of the year.
no,
When you-
7 days a week. My kids were training every day.
Quite a burden in circumstances where there may have been other properties for rent closer to Ballina.
We moved to Wollongbar, as I said, because it was a much bigger house, and that was offered to us, and we did. We moved. No specific reason. I know that the drive was longer, but
Significantly longer, I suggest, Mr. Bloom.
yes.
From
Obviously, from the town of Ballina to the pool, it's shorter than going from Wollongbar. That's obvious.
And who offered the property to you in Wollongbar?
A lady real estate agent, I forgot her name.
You came through a real estate agent, did
Yes.
it? Not through a friend or an acquaintance.
No.
And did you look at any other real estate agents
No,
other than this one?
I think she had a daughter swimming. I can't remember exactly, but no, she's the one who approached us and said she knew we were looking for a bigger house, and she approached us and told us it was available. That's all.
Mr. Bloom, yesterday I understand that you admitted to an extramarital affair with
Yes,
Jeanette Gaffney Bowen.
that's right. Yes.
And do you recall when you were first asked by police investigators what you could tell them about Jeanette Gaffney Bowen,
Yes.
and you said to them, can't remember the name, can't remember anything? You recall saying that?
Yes, because she introduced herself to another name, and then I couldn't recall Gaffney Bowen. I know now because I've gone through the files, but at the time I couldn't know.
Mr. Bloom, you were very firm yesterday that you've only ever had 3 extramarital affairs.
Yes.
Why could you not turn your mind back to who you may have had extramarital affairs with when you were interviewed by police in September of last year? You only had to conjure up 3 names with the greatest
Yes, I
respect, Mr.
understand.
Bloom.
Yeah. No.
Or did it occur to you more recently when you've been reading the material that's been provided to you
Yes.
that there is clear evidence that you had a number of interactions with Miss Gaffney Bowen in 1998?
No, I was there 2 days.
2 days.
2 days.
Police asked you last year,
Yes.
as part of the electronic record of interview, this: I expect that you still say you do not remember Jeanette Gaffney Bowen. And you replied, doesn't ring a bell.
Probably, yes.
Was that a truthful answer at that time, Mr. Bloom?
It was, yes.
Do I understand your evidence correctly that you admit to an extramarital affair with Ms. Gaffney Bowen that lasted the sum total of 2 days?
It was 2 days. I met her at the coin fair and auction at Town Hall in Sydney.
She alleges that you answered an advertisement that she placed looking for companionship.
No. I went to that coin fair, an exhibition, and I was talking in French to a person from Nouméa, which I knew, which was there. He was there to, I suppose, buying coins or whatever. And she probably heard me speaking to him, and she came to me, and when I was not with that person anymore, she came to me and addressed me in French, because obviously she overheard me talking to that person.
Well, her clear evidence, Mr. Bloom, is that she placed an advertisement.
Maybe she did, I don't know.
Looking for companionship or friendship, and that you answered the advertisement.
No.
And told her that your name was Frederick de Hebervary.
No, I just said to you that I met her at a coin auction and fair.
You're quite certain about that?
I am certain, certainly.
Yeah.
I said it to before. If you consider that my answer is not correct, I'm prepared to take the polygraph. I'm prepared to do it. I'm not going to perjure myself.
As you know, because I take it you have read her statement. Have you read Ms. Gaffney Bowen's statement?
Yeah.
That she says that you rang her not long after she'd placed the advertisement. And you deny.
No.
You deny that, do you?
That's right.
Did you tell her that you lived in Lennox?
Can't remember, can't recall. Maybe I did. I can't recall.
Did you tell her? I withdraw that.
No, I told her that I was living in Ballina. I was living in Ballina.
Not Lennox?
No, I never said I was living in Lennox.
In her statement, Mr. Bloom, Ms. Gaffney Bowen says that you came to Sydney, which was not long after the initial contact between you and her, and you invited her to dinner. Did that occur, Mr. Bloom?
I never went to dinner with her.
Did you go to her house?
I went to her house, yes.
And where was that?
On the North Shore. Can't remember the name of the suburb now.
Greenwich.
Greenwich, yes.
And I want to suggest to you that when you participated in the electronic record of interview in September of last year, it was put to you that you visited her place in Greenwich, to which you responded, never, never been there.
Yeah, because maybe I responded that, but Greenwich didn't ring a bell, if I can put it that way.
Mr. Bloom?
Yes.
When police interviewed you in September of last year, it was put to you in fair terms that you had an interaction or a relationship with a woman by the name of Jeanette Gaffney
Yes.
Bowen, and that you had stayed at her place in Greenwich.
Yes.
And do you say at that point in time, in September of 1994, no bells rang as to who this person was? Sorry. September last year. It rang no bells. Having by this time, when you conducted the affair with Miss Gaffney Bowen, only had one other extramarital affair.
Yes. I just said it to you before, I was there 2 days.
Miss Gaffney Bowen alleges against you that it was more than 2 days,
Yeah, well,
and that you came to stay from time to time in her garden studio. Mr. Bloom, why are you looking so incredulous? You've read her statement.
yes,
This is
I
not
read the
new to you,
statement.
is it?
I know clearly that I was there 2 days. The day I met her, and the next day, I was on the expedition back to casino. I know that.
But nothing that I'm putting to you now is new to your ears, is it?
That's right.
Because you've read the statement.
That's right.
So why the incredulous look just then? As though it was the first time it had been suggested to you that you stayed in Ms. Gaffney Bowen's studio apartment.
No, there were only beds in that place. I never saw a studio apartment.
Didn't stay in her studio garden apartment in Greenwich?
No.
Ever?
No, ever. No.
Did you ever tell Ms. Gaffney Bowen that you had lost your house prior to 1998? You say she's making it all up, do you?
Well, I can't see it otherwise.
Did you propose a business proposition to Ms. Gaffney Bowen when you spent your time with her?
No. She also said that I took $30,000 from her. I mean, how could I take with a key card? Who's going to tell me that you can go to the wall, to the hole in the wall with a key card and take $30,000? My God.
Mr. Bloom, as you know, Ms. Gaffney Bowen alleges against you that over the course of about a month, you would come and go, stay at her residence at Greenwich in the garden studio apartment, and that you proposed to her that you and her go into a business dealing in coins.
No.
You say
It didn't happen.
that is all fabrication, do you, by Ms. Gaffney?
Exactly.
And that as part of the business proposal, Ms. Gaffney Bowen agreed to provide to you a bank card or a debit card. Did she provide to you a bank card
No.
or debit card?
No.
Did she provide to you her personal credit or key card access code to enable withdrawals?
No. She said that, I know, but no.
She says that she gave you permission to withdraw the money. Is that true?
But you can't, as I just said it before, you can't possibly go to a machine in the wall and take $30,000. My God, you can't.
I haven't suggested to you that the $30,000 came out of a hole in the wall all at once, Mr.
That's what
Bloom.
she said.
She simply says that over a period of time she authorised you, gave you permission to withdraw funds, and that those funds came to the order of between $28,000 and $30,000.
No.
Mr. Bloom, do you agree that Ms. Gaffney Bowen gave you permission to withdraw money from her account?
I don't agree. No, I mean she made she made later. I got the police coming to my door that she made an aveo, and I object to that, and I had to go to North Sydney and I didn't have the means to do it. If I had $30,000, surely I could have gone to Sydney.
Yet in your record of interview, you state you don't remember anything about an apprehended domestic personal violence.
Well, I've read
don't
that
you?
I've read that in the files.
And documents were shown to you recording the application by Ms Gaffney Bowen in the record of interview, and again you denied any knowledge, to the tune of your response were mostly, I can't remember.
Yeah, probably. I was in front of that machine in the police station, and
Did you purchase a fax machine from any funds provided to you with Ms Gaffney Bowen's permission?
Fax machine? No.
And you deny outright, I understand, you making any proposition to her about operating a coin business?
I didn't.
What do you say happened in the 2 days that you interacted
I
with?
stayed there the first day when I came back with her. She had a little Holden car. Come back from the town hall and to her place. And she must have been on some drugs, I don't know. She dragged me into her bed.
She dragged you?
I mean, she invited me, if it's another word. And she produced the camera and wanted me to take salacious photographs of her. She was completely out of space. And the next morning, which is the second day, the next morning, someone turned up at her place, someone from her sectarian church, or what she was attending at, that's what I was told, and pick up the camera. And that same day, I went back to Central Station by bus and took the XPT train, because I used the XPT train because I didn't have other means of transport, and because with my pensioner's card, with the XPT, with the railway, I got very, very discounted fares.
You mentioned a Holden motor vehicle. Was it a blue Holden Astra motor car?
Holden Astra. It was a small car, small Holden, maybe Astra, I don't know.
And did you borrow that car for any period of time?
Never, no.
Ms Gaffney Bowen alleges that you borrowed it for about a week.
What? No.
And did you take the salacious photographs to which you've referred?
Yes.
And what did you do with them?
I said that someone came to our place in the morning and took the camera away. I wish I had the photos to show you, but
Did you ever threaten or blackmail her in relation to those photographs?
No, I think somebody else was. Then that's why she did it. I don't know.
Do I understand your evidence that you yourself never developed those photographs that you took that evening?
No, I never developed them.
And do I understand your evidence that you did not at any time threaten or blackmail Ms Gaffney Bowen in relation to those salacious photographs?
I never did. I never threatened anyone.
During your interaction with Ms Gaffney Bowen, did you seek to persuade her to sell her house and to buy a beautiful and spacious apartment in Paris?
Never, no.
And that you would locate or find an apartment for her in Paris?
No.
And that she rejected
Yeah, but that's
your
only...
advances to sell the house because she had two young daughters who were anchored
And that she
Sydney.
used as an excuse to... She used as an excuse for the AVO. Yes, I know she had two young daughters. That's what...
And this is an AVO you had no knowledge of.
And
you were interviewed by police in September of last year.
I never knew of. The police came to my door and served the AVO, if I can put it that way.
Did that come as a surprise to you at that time?
It did.
And is that the only time you've been served with an apprehended domestic personal violence
Yes.
order?
Exactly.
And I want to suggest to you that that's something that you would not forget lightly, Mr. Bloom.
That's right, yes.
Yet you seem to have forgotten about that in September of last year when interviewed by police.
Yeah. It was then and it's now. I mean, my memory is not...
You were being restrained from contacting in any way, shape or form Ms Gaffney Bowen for a period of 12 months. And you forgot about that, did you?
I wanted to oppose, I just said it before to you. I wanted to oppose to it, and I had to go to North Sydney, and I didn't have the means to do it.
I'm talking about why it was you could not remember Ms Gaffney Bowen or the apprehended domestic personal violence order last year when interviewed by police.
Yes, at that time, I couldn't remember. No.
You've only been served once with a
Yes,
AVO,
yes.
and on that one occasion you forgot about it.
I can't explain. Sorry.
Ms Gaffney Bowen alleges against you, Mr Bloom, that you sought to take advantage of her vulnerability as a single mother living in Sydney. What do you say to that? Deny that completely, do you?
Well, I never took advantage of anyone. Oh my God.
As I've put to you before, Mr Bloom, Ms Gaffney Bowen states that you proposed a business proposition on buying and selling coins.
Yeah, you said it before, and I said no.
Coins at that point in time was of some interest to you, correct?
Yes, like in a deposition, at some stage she says that I pinched or stolen or whatever, two coins. In one deposition she said there were 700. In one deposition she said they were worth $400, the lot, and next deposition they were $700 each.
Did you have a mobile phone when you were interacting with Ms Gaffney Bowen?
I can't exactly remember, but
Well, if it assists, I'll withdraw that. What's your recollection of the month and year that your interaction with Ms Gaffney Bowen took place?
Don't remember. Don't recall. Don't remember.
Would it have been the latter part of 1998? Perhaps somewhere between September and December of 1998?
Could have been.
You don't dispute it?
Don't dispute. I know that I was supposed to go to Sydney, not Sydney court, and I think it was in January. Memory.
Have you seen in the material that was provided to you, Mr Bloom, reports made by Ms Gaffney Bowen to New South Wales Police?
Yes.
In December of 1998? You recall seeing those?
Yes.
Do you recall meeting with Ms Gaffney Bowen on the 5th of December 1998 and informing her that you would pay back the money which she had given to you?
No. I don't recall it, and I never did such a thing.
Did you have, on your account, any contact with Ms Gaffney Bowen after you left on the second day of your liaison with her?
No.
No phone contact after that time?
No. And as far as the garden, whatever you call it before, in that place there were only a large amount all over the place of children's bed. There was no garden anyway.
From your observations of the residence, did it appear to be a home-based child-minding centre or business?
Could have been, I don't know, but there were at least a dozen, if not a dozen and a half of small beds all over the place, in every room.
You have read, I take it, and if you haven't, please let Her Honour know, that Ms Gaffney Bowen alleges that following your departure, gold coins and silver coins went missing.
That's what I said before. In one section, in one statement, she say for a total of $400, and in the next statement, she says $700 each.
And to the extent that it is alleged against you by Ms Gaffney Bowen of taking those items, I understand you deny that?
I never took any coins.
Did you take anything from Ms Gaffney Bowen?
No, she also said that the coins were in a jewelry box with all the jewelry. Funny that she doesn't say that I robbed the jewelry as well.
Now, could the witness please be shown volume 9, part 1? Page 2579. Thank you, Officer.
Could I please have 5 minutes?
Certainly.
Certainly, Mr. Bloom.
Take an adjournment. 5 minutes.
Stands constitutes now 237. Please all stand. Once the court is now resumed.
Mr Bloom, are you sufficiently comfortable to recommence your evidence?
Yes, yes.
And do you believe that you'll be able to give your evidence without any impairment?
Any?
Impairment?
No, I don't think so.
Could the witness please be provided with this document? All right, do you see there, Mr Bloom, an apprehended violence order prohibiting or restraining behaviour?
Yes, I've seen it before.
And you've seen it in the brief of evidence?
Yes, I did.
And was that document also shown to you as part of your electronic record of interview with police in September of last year?
I can't recall. Maybe. I don't want to say yes or no. I can't recall.
And do you agree that in your record of interview you denied any knowledge of this document at that time? Correct?
Correct.
Now, if you turn, please...
And until the police turns at my door, that is.
I'm talking about the record of interview in September last year with New South Wales detectives.
Okay.
Do you agree that you denied any knowledge about the apprehended domestic violence order that was sought by Ms Gaffney Bowen in January of 1999? Could you kindly turn, please, Mr Bloom, to page 2581?
258. 258.
Now, and then, moving forward, could you then please go to I misled you. I meant to take you initially to 2584.
Yes.
And you see there, Ms Gaffney Bowen provides a narrative in support of the complaint and summons for the apprehended domestic personal violence order.
Yes.
And if you turn to the next page, please, Mr Bloom, to page 2585.
Yes.
Do you see there, at the foot of that page, affidavit of service of summons?
Affidavit.
Do you have page 2585?
85.
Yes.
2585, yes.
Right. And towards the bottom of that page, do you see in bold capital letters the words affidavit of service of summons?
Yes.
And do you see there that Constable Wayne Walter Chaffee,
Yes, from Ballina Police.
from Ballina Police,
Yes.
swears that at 9:50 a.m. on the 24th of December 1998,
Yes.
that he served you at 614 the Terrace, Ballina,
Yes.
the summons and complaint.
Yes.
And he records on oath the following: at the time of service I explained the nature and effect of the summons to the person served, who said, I understand. Do you remember now, the day before Christmas of 1998, a police officer attending your premises and serving you with documents?
Yes.
And did you take the time to read the summons and the complaint that you were served with on the 24th of December 1998?
No, just say sign here and leave it.
Mr. Bloom, could you please turn to page 2589?
2589.
Do you accept that that is a letter that you drafted and provided to the clerk of the court at North Sydney Local Court?
2589?
2589, Mr.
Yes.
Bloom. And do you see a letter there?
Yes.
You've seen that letter before.
Yes.
It's in the materials served upon you. And do you accept that that is a letter that you drafted and faxed to the clerk of the court at North Sydney Local Court
No.
on the 5th of January 1999?
It was presented to me and I signed it, but I didn't draft that.
What are you suggesting?
I don't know, but I didn't draft that
How can you be so certain it was not you who drafted that?
because I didn't draft that.
Who would?
I don't know. I don't know, but I didn't.
Are you suggesting New South Wales Police drafted that document?
I'm not suggesting that police did it, but I didn't.
Right.
No.
Well, let's work our way through that document, shall we?
Yes.
Were you living at 614 The Terrace in Ballina on the 5th of January 1990?
Yes, I was.
Were you going by the name Frederick David de Heverberry at that time?
Yes, I did.
Did you, from time to time, use a facsimile service provided by Australia Post here in Ballina?
In that time? Or all over the time?
At any time prior to January of 1999, had you availed yourself of the facsimile services provided by Australia Post at the Ballina Post Office?
I used the fax of Ballina Post Office, yes, but I can't recall it when. No. I've used maybe 2 or 3 times. I don't know. I can't remember.
Are you suggesting that this document was sent by New South Wales Police from the post office at Ballina on the 5th of January 1999 or not?
No.
Sorry,
Sorry.
Mr. Bloom, you said it was presented to me. Who presented it to you?
It was presented to me, I guess, by the police, I guess. I don't know. It was presented to me and I signed it.
Mr. Bloom, I'm suggesting to you that you drafted this letter, signed this letter, and arranged for it to be faxed from the Ballina Post Office on the 5th of January 1999.
I swear I didn't. I didn't draft it up.
Do you accept that is your signature?
I accept that it's my signature, yes. But it may be I've copied from another document. I don't know, but because I never no.
I think, Mr. Bloom, you said in your evidence just a moment ago that you signed it.
Yes, because it looked like my signature, but where on this document, where does the signature comes from?
Well, doesn't it come from your hand?
I understand that, but it may have been copied from another document. I don't know. I never drafted that. You know, I said before I'll take the polygraph. I'm not lying. I never drafted that.
You accept that the signature looks like your signature?
Looks like my signature, yes.
Did you adopt the contents of this document at or about the 5th of January 1999 by signing your name to it?
No. I've never seen that before, and I never see it before, and I never. Sorry, I can't recall. I'm sorry.
You turn, please, to page 2586.
2586.
I want to suggest to you withdraw that, Your Honour. If you could, please go to page 2584, Mr. Bloom.
Yes.
Now, when you were served with the complaint and summons,
yes.
It came as some surprise to you, I take it?
Yes.
A police officer turning up on your door the day before Christmas, serving you with documents, alleging serious matters against you.
Yes.
And I want to suggest to you that you took the time to read the documents that were served on you by New South Wales Police.
No, I didn't.
You did not take the time to read it at all?
No, I just got the documents and I sent the paper they wanted me to sign, and that was it. I read the document afterwards, but not when the police called at my door.
Right. Let's work through this slowly. You acknowledge that you were served with the documents on the 24th of December 1998.
I do.
You acknowledge that when you were served, the nature and the effect of the summons was explained to you, to which you responded, "I understand." Correct?
Can I ask for the question again?
Certainly. When you were served with the documents on Christmas Eve of 1998 by a constable
Yes.
with the New South Wales Police Force,
Yes.
did the constable explain the nature and the effect of the documents to you?
Yes, he said it was a apprehended Vance order, I think, something like that. Yeah.
And did you, in response to having the nature and the effect of the summons explained to you, state to the officer, "I understand"?
Yeah, I may have said that.
And that took place on the 24th of December 1998.
Yes.
And I want to suggest to you, Mr. Bloom, that you took the time between the 24th of December 1998 until the 5th of January 1999 to consider the contents of the documents
Yes.
over which you'd been served.
Yes. That's where I said I was going to oppose to it.
And when you came in that period of time between 24 December 1998 and 5 January 1999,
Yes.
did you come to learn that Ms. Gaffney Bowen was alleging against you that she had provided to you $28,000 to $30,000 in cash?
Yes, I know, but it never happened.
Mr. Bloom, I'm just trying to understand what your state of knowledge was after you were served with the documents.
Yes.
And did you come to learn that Ms. Gaffney Bowen was alleging against you that you resided with her for a period of time?
I didn't.
And did you come to learn that Ms. Gaffney Bowen was alleging against you that you and her had plans to be married?
No.
And I'm just asking you whether you came to learn that when you read the document, Mr. Bloom.
When I come to... No.
When you read the document upon which you were served,
Yes.
did you read that she was alleging against you that you had plans to be married?
Maybe I read it, but
Right. And that...
it was a lie, so I didn't pay particular attention. Believe me,
Right.
the only thing that I paid attention is that I had the right to appeal at the North Sydney courthouse. That I remember very well.
Well,
And I was going to accept, like I said before, I couldn't do it. I didn't have the means to go to North Sydney, either by car or by train. And,
Mr. Bloom, I'm just trying to understand
yes,
what you came to learn was being alleged against you in the documents that were served on you by police at the end of December.
I understand,
All right.
but
And did you read in the documents that Ms. Gaffney Bowen was alleging against you that you were threatening her,
yes,
her friends
yes, and her daughters.
and family in Australia?
I mean,
You read that? You read that?
Yes,
And that she was alleging against you that you would fix her up
okay.
if she did anything against your actions. Do you remember reading that?
Yes.
And that's quite a serious allegation.
I know, but I said that's why I wanted to oppose to it.
And did you read in the summons that you were served with that she was alleging that you had taken intimate photos of her when you were residing together and that you had threatened to distribute them to friends, family and her church?
No.
I'm not asking you whether you agree, but do you remember reading that allegation?
Possibly, yes. I read what...
And do you agree with me now that that was a serious allegation that she was making against you?
Yes, you said so before, yes.
And I want to suggest to you that it's likely that you read the document carefully because it required you to appear at the North Sydney local court
That's right.
on the 6th of January 1999.
Yes.
And I want to suggest to you that it is likely that on the 5th of January 1999, you took the time to draft the letter, which I have taken you to, and you need to see it again, at page 2589, to the North Sydney local court stating your position.
No. No, I never did that. Never. Never.
Mr. Bloom, could you please turn to page 2586? Do you see there the apprehended violence order
Yes?
that was signed by yourself?
Yes.
And do you accept that you consented to the terms of the apprehended violence order that was made in January of 1999?
Well, I signed it, but that I accept the term, that's another. No. That's why I wanted to appeal.
Yes.
How can I put
You
it?
signed the order.
Sorry?
You signed under the word defendant. Do you see the word
Yes.
defendant?
Yes.
And that's your signature, is it not?
Yes.
And did you send that document back signed at the same time that you signed the letter that one sees at 2589, where you say, I'm unable to attend court in Sydney tomorrow, 6 January. I wish to advise that I consent to the order referred to above without admission.
No, I never. How many times do I have to say it?
But do you see the tension in the evidence, Mr. Bloom, is that you've acknowledged two documents are yours, the letter and the order.
But not that. No.
No. I'll move on, Your Honour.
Just one question, Mr. Bloom, in relation to this application.
Yes.
Did you seek any legal advice?
No, I didn't.
You didn't see a solicitor?
No.
Legal aid? Community legal centre?
No, Your Honour.
All right, thank you.
And
I didn't. At the time, I didn't even know it existed.
Thank you.
And when you were served with the final order, and if you need to look at it, page 2588,
Yes.
I want to suggest to you that you were provided with the final order made by the court.
Yes.
And do you recall saying when you were served with that, yes, I'm going to appeal it?
That's right.
And did you appeal it?
As I said, it was at North Sydney and I couldn't go. So I forgot about it. Simply.
Now, Mr. Bloom, you admit, as I understand it from your earlier evidence, having an extramarital affair with Janet Oldenburg.
Yes.
And when did that, I withdraw that, what year did that affair take place to your knowledge?
About 20 to 25 years ago.
Will you agree with me that it was in the second half of 1999? Perhaps between October and December of 1999?
Probably.
And were you, at that point in time, going by the name Rick West?
Yes.
And did Janet Oldenburg know you as Rick West when you
That's right.
first made contact?
I didn't make contact. She was around the ex-serviceman,
The RSL Club?
the RSL club in Ballina, and because I knew her from the coin auction in Ballina when she came there with her husband, I just said hello.
Right.
That's all.
Did she come up to you or did you come up to her?
I think she was walking back to her car. I don't recall. But I crossed her in the street, yes.
Ms Oldenburg provided a statement to New South Wales Police.
Yeah, she provided 4 or 5.
A particular statement I'm referring to is dated 13 January 2000.
Yeah, which
Uh,
page? Oh, sorry.
And do you agree with me that her statement to police in January of 2000 is shortly after your relationship with her came to an end?
Most probably. Don't know. Most probably.
And
Can't recall.
have you read Ms Oldenburg's statement contained
yes.
within the material provided to you?
Oh, yes, I've read the 4 or 5 of them, as I said.
And do you know that she alleges that you made contact with her out of the blue one day in June when you called her up? Recall that?
I said before, I met her in the street in Ballina.
Do you recall contacting Janet Oldenburg in about June of 1999 by telephone?
Yes,
you
I
calling
understand
her?
that.
Do you recall that?
No.
And do you recall saying to her, "You're a very nice person and I don't like what's being done to you"?
I never said that.
And her saying, "Has this got anything to do with Mike, her husband?"
I knew Mike, as I said, from the Barry Cooper's auction. And because his name is Oldenburg, he asked me if I could find a coin, because Oldenburg is a...
German name?
No, it's a... like here we've got the states. In Germany they've... I can't remember the name of the...
Mr. Bloom, we're going a little off track.
No, it's because that state in Germany, if I can put it like in Australia, it is called Oldenburg.
Mr. Bloom, do you deny contacting Janet Oldenburg by telephone in June of 1999, whereby you said to her, "I don't like what's being done to you, it's about your settlement," with her husband?
No.
Given your friendship with Mike Oldenburg,
Yes.
were you aware in June of 1999 that they had been separated
No.
and were going through an acrimonious settlement of their financial affairs?
No.
Did not know that?
No.
And did you say to her in that conversation in June of 1999, "I'd like to tell you over a cup of coffee somewhere and talk about it. I'm going to Sydney in 2 weeks, and when I come back I will ring you. There's something going on with Mike and Barry"?
No.
No?
No.
Did you ring Janet Oldenburg in early October 1999,
I might have.
saying to her, "I've got a proposal for you. I'm looking for a partner for my business"?
No.
To which she responded, "I haven't got any money to put into it." To which you said, "No, I'm looking for a partner to help with my business. Can we talk about it over coffee?"
No. No, sir.
Do you recall meeting with Janet Oldenburg in October at Evans Head?
Maybe, but I don't recall. No.
Do you recall in October of 1999 proposing to Ms Oldenburg that she take possession of a computer and a fax machine at her place to assist you with a coin business, or the selling of coins, or the trading of coins?
Yes, she had no knowledge of coin whatsoever. Why? Oh my God.
Did you suggest that to her, that she could assist you in relation to your interest in trading coins?
No, I didn't have a fax machine. I didn't have a computer.
Do you see how Mrs Oldenburg's allegations against you about a coin business are similar to the allegations made against you by Ms Gaffney Bowen?
Maybe, yeah.
Pure coincidence, do you say?
I'd say so. I'd say so.
Did you say to her in October of 1999 or thereabouts, your job will include going down to Sydney for me and bid for me at auctions, that is coin auctions. I'll give you a couple of days to think about it?
No, sir.
Never suggested to her at any time
A
that
business.
she assist you in relation to your interest in coins?
She didn't have any, I repeated, she didn't have any knowledge whatsoever about coins. The only person that I talked coins with was her husband. And I never had a fax machine. I never had a computer.
Did you suggest to her that she could take possession of the fax machine
Where?
or a computer
Where?
as part of your interactions with her?
No. No, sir.
Did you suggest to her?
I just say that to have a fax machine and to have a computer, you have to have connections. I mean, to the internet and all that. And I'm sure she didn't have anything like that either.
Mr. Bloom, it's not been suggested that you provided her with a fax machine or a computer, just that you were proposing that she could take possession of those items to assist you with a coin trading business.
No, I don't recall anything like that. No.
Did you suggest to her, as part of this business proposition, that she could perform work for you by checking emails and posting coin orders off and that sort of thing, monitoring the fax machine, taking orders from clients and the like?
No, sir.
Did you propose to her that she travel to London with you to attend a coin auction in late November of 1999?
No, sir. She travelled with me for other purposes, but not that.
And did you say to her that you would pay $5,000 after the auction in London? I'll help you out because of your predicament. I'm doing cataloguing for the auction.
I didn't go to an auction in London, sir.
Did you say this to
I didn't say
Janet Oldenburg
No, sir.
in late 1999?
No, sir. Only went to an auction in London once in my life.
Mrs. Oldenburg says, Mr. Bloom, that on the 18th of October 1999, you came to her house in Woodburn, or near to Woodburn, where you said to her do you have anyone in your life? And she said, no. And you said, would you like to start life afresh with me somewhere else, like the French Riviera?
Oh, yeah. I've read that. That was her dream, that the reason why she went overseas. She was a belly dancer. She wanted to be on the stage, and that's all she wanted. She was a belly dancer with a in Lismore, with a group.
Do you deny saying to her, would you like to start life afresh with me somewhere else, like the French Riviera?
Yes, I say yes. I don't recall anything like that. Oh, God.
And did you say to her, I withdraw that, did she say to you on the 18th of October 1999, well, actually, I started having feelings for you on the weekend, to which you responded, well, I've had feelings for you for 3 years. Would you like to move with me to the French Riviera?
No, sir.
You knew at this time, did you not, that Ms. Oldenburg was separated from her husband?
Yes, sir.
Did you know that the property settlement with her husband in relation to the house
Didn't know anything about
was
it.
to complete on the 15th of October 1999?
Didn't know anything about it, sir.
You didn't know it from Barry Cooper
No.
or Mike Oldenburg?
No. Mike,
You had not heard, Mr. Bloom, that Janet Oldenburg was going to get the house from Mike and that
No.
it would be transferred into her sole name
No.
by the 15th of October 1999?
No. I told Michael on the house, and that's all right.
Do you say it's coincidental that you happened to be contacting her out of the blue at about the time that she was taking ownership of the house
I
from her husband?
I didn't contact her of the blue. As I said before, I met her in the streets in Ballina, and I went to her place, and I can't remember when. I went to her place 3 times. I went by car once, and I went with a bus twice, and she picked me up on the road, on the main road in Woodburn.
And are you sure it was only 3 times that you went to
Yes,
Ms. Oldenburg's house?
that's right.
Just like you only went to Marion Barter's house on 3 occasions?
Not on Marion Barter, I only went there once for 2 days. On Gaffney.
I'm referring to Marion Barter, Mr. Bloom. Do you not say that you only visited Marion Barter on 3 occasions,
That's
just
right.
like you've just said now in relation to Janet Oldenburg?
Yes,
Again, coincidental, is it?
coincidental, yes.
When do you say the relationship with Janet Oldenburg commenced of a sexual nature, Mr. Bloom?
I couldn't tell you the date, no.
And was it your idea that you and Janet travel abroad together?
We talked about, and it was, I said it before, she wanted to go on the stage in Europe, and there was never any money involved. She never paid for anything. I paid for everything. So
You paid for her airfares, correct?
paid for her airfares, yes.
You paid for the accommodation,
Yes.
correct? And did you tell her that part of the purpose of the trip was to attend coin fairs or coin auctions?
No, I never did. The purpose of the trip was to her to find an agent.
Did you discuss with her the possibility of starting a new life in Algeria or Spain?
In Algeria? No, sir. No, sir.
Mrs. Oldenburg alleges that you would stay with her at her house for a night, irregularly over a period of days, and sometimes would come over for a few hours, see me and leave. Does that accord with your recollection of the relationship?
My recollection, as I told you before, I went there 3 times, once by car and twice by bus, and she came and picked me up on the main road at the bus stop.
Did you ever tell her where you lived?
She knew where I lived, yes.
Your address?
She knew where I lived, but...
Mr. Bloom, did she know specifically where you lived or just the town that you lived in?
No, she knew I was living at the terrace, but...
You sure about that?
Oh, yes.
Did you disclose to her that you were married with children or not?
I did.
She was unaware. She, in her evidence 2 weeks ago, says she was unaware of that.
Yeah. I don't.
You're right. Note the time.
Yes. We'll stop there for today and we'll resume at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Silence, please. Stand this close court, adjourned.